Yes, yes.
It's okay. Yeah.
Get off. Go to it.
We are live on YouTube.
Yeah, I can see.
Kasturi. Gotcha.
So, sir, shall we start or can we need to wait for another 5 minutes? Because I can see some participants are joining and they're in the waiting room actually. So can we, sir?
Yeah,
So, good morning, everybody.
We
Can we wait for another four minutes?
Yeah.
45 minutes?
We can wait. It's okay.
Okay, so I would request to everyone, please be here. We are waiting for another 4 to 5 minutes and then we will be joining. We will be starting.
Dr.
Dr.
Kasturi, how are you?
Namaskar.
Sir, I'm fine. I'm doing fine.
How's your health and all those other things?
Sir, things are better now. I have final checkup on 26th and I'm planning to come back by first of next month.
Your students are missing you.
I'm missing the university so very much.
Hi, Malik. How are you?
Fine, sir. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Professor
sir.
Malik. Professor Malik from Dhaka.
Oh, great.
Arun sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning. You are visible, but I am not
No.
visible. Little bit invisible now.
Yeah. But
How are you? Everything is fine at your end?
yeah. But Dhaka is getting warmer, sir.
Yes. Even Calcutta is warmer today. And we are expecting a cyclone as the forecast is telling. So it is very warm even today.
Yes.
So just now I was having a talk with Professor Saidul Islam also. He's
So they will be joining soon.
Omicron, but anyhow, better.
মল্লিক তোমরা সবাই ভালো আছো? তোমাদের সবাই safe?
Assalamualaikum, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. You have joined?
Yes.
Very good. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Shumit Babu. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm ready to.
Good morning, Professor Pandey. Am I audible?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we are just waiting for a few minutes. Some participants they just send message to the team that they are on the way, and so we just thought to wait few more minutes and then we will start, sir. So
Kasturi, are you okay?
Yes, sir. I had a minor medical issue. I'm fine now.
Okay. COVID তো সেরে গেছে?
হ্যাঁ স্যার, কোভিড নয়।
আচ্ছা।
এই থার্ড ওয়েভের সময় আপনাদের ওই দিকটা এবার কেমন ছিল? এবার আমাদেরকে খুব ভুগিয়েছে। আমাদের রেটটা খুব হাই ছিল এবার 34।
আমাদের সবার ইউনিভার্সিটিতে একটা টাইম ছিল সবার কোভিড হয়ে গেছে, এরকম ব্যাপার আর কি। আমরা সবাই বাড়িতে ভীষণ রকমের।
শুধু গুড নিউজটা ছিল এই যে ক্যাজুয়ালিটিসটা কম ছিল, কিন্তু ইনফেকশন খুব হাই ছিল।
ভীষণ অসুবিধা ছিল।
Sir, then we are starting now.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine.
Now, today our host would be Ms. Ankita Gupta. So over to you, Ankita.
Thank you, Anu ma'am. Welcome you all. I would like to welcome you all to this conference about International Conference on Environment and Health Frontiers Ahead at the Atmos University in Kolkata. I especially want to welcome our respected professors and guests coming from outside. Our respected guests have called the time to be with us, as I'm very pleased that you accepted our invitation and decided to join us. My name is Ankita Gupta. I'm currently PhD research scholar at the School of Basic and Applied Sciences.
আমার ফটোটা আসছিল না ওখানে, সবারই ফটো আসছে।
With my due respect, I welcome Professor Dipendra K. Jha, Vice Chancellor, Atmos University, Dr. Mamta Desai, Vice President, Foundation and Practicing Geographers, Kolkata. Unfortunately, Dr. Dipendra Kumar Jha is not with us because of some personal issues, but we have Dr. Jitendra Kumar Pandey with us, and I would like to welcome Dr. Jitendra Kumar Pandey to give a short note that is sent by Dr. Dipendra K. Jha to us to welcome our guest of honor. Can I please have Dr. Jitendra Kumar Pandey with us right now?
Oh yeah, Ankita, thank you.
Most welcome, sir.
Actually, yeah. So we see Dr. Jha. He informed that he has got some urgency in family. So he conveyed his kind of he wanted to join with us, and he was very much prepared. We met him a couple of times, and he was looking forward to personally join this event. But maybe later in the evening, if he gets some time, if he is coming or he is able to join through home, then he promised us that he will definitely listen such an eminent galaxy of speakers in this area. So he had just shared one message, and he asked me to read it for him. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the International E-Conference on Environment and Health, Frontier Ahead, organized by Department of Geography, School of Basic and Applied Sciences. Can we go back to the message, please? Applied Sciences, in association with the Foundation of Practicing Geographer, Kolkata. I am very excited to see participation from the various fields of academia beyond the boundaries of the department. This is my firm belief that this conference will be proven as a building block of sustainable health research initiative at this critical juncture of academic transition. Dr. Jha is Vice Chancellor. He joined this university since I think nearly 2 years back. He is a well-known academician. He is a part of various visits. He has chaired this NBA, and he is a dynamic young personality. And definitely, when he will be back, and he will be happy to join all of us. For Atmos University, I would like to say we are very young university. Got established in 2015, spread in nearly 130 plus acres of campus. One of the best lush green campus in this area. Nearly 10 departments. Recently, we started School of Smart Agriculture. We have School of Biology and technological science, life science. We have a school of medical science, a school of media and communication, a school of business and economics, and of course we have a department of geography under School of Basic and Applied Science. In our school, all faculties are PhD. They have experience from various international institutes. In Department of Geography, we have dynamic HOD, Dr. Kasturi Mukherjee. You all know her, and she is leading 10 plus faculty members, the maximum number of doctoral fellows in Department of Geography. They are very active. They have been organizing various events and conferences, and they have most or maximum number of research paper in this school. So all these faculties, they always look forward from blessings like Dr. Arun Kumar Singh, like Professor Islam and other colleagues. We are also fortunate to have mentor like Professor Sanjeev Bose. Many of you are aware his name. We call him as our Pitama. He is always there. He is always there to support us, to bless us. So I'm sure this conference is going to be a great success. And this is just beginning of our association. And Singh sir, I always believe that once situation gets normalized, we will have all our colleagues from Thailand and Dhaka and all our friends inside the campus. And I would be personally happy to welcome you face to face, because that will give a different kind of vibes and energy for all our students and campus. Thank you so much, everyone. And over to you, Ankita.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your lovely words. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Mamta Desai, Vice President, Foundation of Practicing Geographers, Kolkata, to give a short speech or just to welcome our guests. Over to you, ma'am.
Ma'am is here.
Good morning to all of you. On behalf of Foundation of Practicing.
Mamta ma'am, good morning. I'm
Good
sorry,
morning.
I thought you could not join, so I missed your name. My apologies. Welcome,
Okay.
welcome to Atmos
No,
University.
no problem.
Yeah.
Very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Foundation of Practicing Geographer, Kolkata and Atmos University, you all to this August gathering and international conference on environment and health. I also welcome respected Chancellor Professor Sumit Roy, Vice Chancellor Professor D.K. Jha, and Pro-VC Professor J.K. Pandey. The topic of theme of this conference is very important on this pandemic situation and what we have experienced during last 2 years or more. At present, health system around the world struggle to respond to coronavirus or COVID-19 pandemic. The crisis has brought into sharp focus on several important global environmental health issues. It has becoming clear that environment and climate change factors help to shape the landscape within which this pandemic situation around the world implemented public health, influencing public health response and interfering with existing environmental health disparities. As such, under this situation and the present international conference, I think will definitely have some remarkable and in-depth impact on the society through our academic world. I wish every success of this 2 days international conference on behalf of the Foundation of Practicing Geographers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, to welcoming our guests in such an honorable manner. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Sanjeev Ghosh, Emeritus Professor, Atmos University. He is one of the founding member, oldest founding member, and former Vice Chancellor. So I would like to welcome and address something about Atmos University that we love. May I have on stage? So please.
Okay, Ankit, thank you. Am I audible?
You're most welcome, sir. Yes, sir,
Am
you're
I
audible.
Okay. First of all,
The stage is
thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk something about the university or about the seminar. I first welcome all of you, all the guests, and particularly Professor Desai, jointly organizing this seminar with the Atmos University. We are very lucky that we have been able to collaborate with you. And there are a lot of speakers from outside and also from various parts of India. So I welcome all of you. And I hope this particular seminar will be very helpful. But before that, I want to say a little bit about our university. As already mentioned by Professor Pandey, is established in 2000, started the functioning from 2015. We got the nod from West Bengal government in 2014, and then we started the university from 2015. So it is only 6-7 years old, but within this period, we have developed a lot. We have lots of, as mentioned by Professor Pandey, that we have schools like School of Basic and Applied Science. Apart from that, we have engineering technology, we have life science and biotechnology, and then we have law and we have liberal arts department, media science, commerce, economics, everything, and medical sciences in the coming. So all these schools have been well set, and as mentioned by Professor Pandey, we have recruited the very prominent faculties who have not only PhDs but postdocs from various parts of India as well as from various universities abroad. And the goal of our university is not just to share acquired knowledge. That is the primary thing, but our aim is not to just share acquired knowledge, but to create knowledge. And for creating knowledge, we need an atmosphere which is conducive for research and development. So all of our deans, and particularly in science, Professor Pandey is trying his best to create an atmosphere where all professors or teachers can do some research, and that is our main goal. And also our syllabus in every department of our school and other schools have been written in that manner, so that it will not only teaching purpose, but we can, so that we can create, we can build our students, we can guide our students so that they can be useful not only for higher education or research, but also for industry as well. So that is how we have developed our syllabus, industry related as well as research related, and higher education, they can go easily. So this kind of seminar has been organized by all the departments. Geography is one of them, and they are often, quite often during this pandemic period, has done a great job in the sense that not only taking classes regularly online, but they are arranging this kind of seminar quite often. For future geographers series, they have arranged quite a very eminent geographers have they offered their lectures in this particular platform, and we are very happy that we have been getting them, and we have benefited a lot. The students as well as the teachers have benefited a lot. And now things about the today's seminar, as Dr. Onurai Yuan mentioned to me that this is the seminar topics, I was really very glad, and it's a great pleasure for me to listen to this seminar, because as mentioned by Professor Desai, that this pandemic period has created two things. One is concerned about the environment and the health. Health issue is really a prominent issue, and to fight with this COVID situation, all scientists from all levels, the chemists, biologists, computer scientists, the engineers as well, and all are working together so that we can get rid of this particular situation. But geographers has a very good role, a very big role, in fact, to also, how to get rid of this particular situation, because they are the people who are, collecting data from various parts of the world and what's going on. What is the result of first vaccination or second vaccination or things like that? What is the effect of, various drugs? And these geographers all throughout the world, and also the environmentalists, they are working very hard on this. and health issues apart from this COVID, apart from physical health, we are facing very tough situation in about our mental health, because this pandemic situation has created a really mental health for many people, like students particularly, and then teachers and all people in various areas. So how to get rid of this mental situation as well as physical? So people are working hard, all scientists are working hard. So this seminar, I guess, will help us a lot to know about what is the present situation and how we can improve the environment, particularly as mentioned, the climatology and other areas of environment, particularly related to the health issues. Because Onu Rai, as I know, she has an expertise in this health sector. She has done a lot of work in this health sector, and hopefully this seminar will be very helpful to all of us. And I am really personally looking forward to hear most of the lectures, and hope that this will be very beneficial to students as well as the faculty members. So with these few words, I want to welcome once again all the speakers, both from from India as well as from outside India, and hope that this seminar will be a great success. Thank you, Gita.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Such a beautiful insight, university, right, guys? Yes. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Kasturi Mukherjee, Associate Professor and Head Department of Geography, Atmos University. I would like to welcome and tell us about our Department of Geography to our guests.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay.
Kasturi ma'am, can we have you on the floor?
Very good morning and warm welcome to all the dignitaries, to all the participants, my dear colleagues and my dear students. So I have been asked to introduce my department, and this is my favorite task, that I can share a few words about the journey of this department. And for this, I would like to share my screen. So may I ask to take down the screen so that I can share my presentation? Thank you. So as I said that School of Atmos University basically started functioning from 2015, and the Department of Geography has been established as a part of School of Basic and Applied Sciences, along with Physics, Chemistry, Maths, Forensic Science, and Environmental Science. So we offer from the department BSc, MSc in Geography. Recently, we have started MSc in Geoinformatics as well, and of course, we have a PhD program in Geography. To justify, to align ourselves with the vision and mission of the university, the main goal of the department is to strengthen the core competencies of the university and meet the aspiration to become a center of excellence. So in the department, we have developed ourselves definitely, but we are also in the process of making a strong network through international collaboration, national collaboration, and industry collaboration. Apart from having various membership of different international bodies, we are in our attempt to collaborate at least with 5 universities from the top 100 QS ranked universities. We are trying to organize conferences with them. We are trying to, we have already submitted research proposals and we have joint publications. We are trying to increase the number of joint publications. In our signature event called Future Geographer, we are trying to at least have 1 faculties from those top 10 top ranked universities. And the biggest thing that we are going to launch from the next semester, that is the master class, we have approached a few faculty members from this top ranked university. Some of them have agreed to take a few classes of the courses that we offer in online mode throughout the semester. And this is, I know this is first time and I'm announcing this in this forum. Our students also listening to this for the first time. Same goes for our national collaboration. We have collaborated, we are in the process of collaboration with various universities, Institute of National Repute for student exchange program, for student internship, for collaborative workshop, for collaborative joint field visits. And of course, as we are very new, we constantly seeking help and guidance for developing our curriculum and other academic activities. And all very well-known professors and researchers are part of our Board of Studies academic advisory boards of the school and the departments. Besides that, we have our series called Future Geographer, and we are trying to have it in once in 1 month, and we are trying to call all the renowned faculties and researchers of this region in this series. Besides Future Geographer, we used to organize various quiz, storytelling competitions, various other innovative events throughout the year to strengthen this collaboration. And as we know that geography is nowadays not a subject which has only offers teaching as the career, but also with the incorporation of geoinformatics, the students have been able to be absorbed in the industries as well. So what we are doing, we are seeking the help from the industry persons. We are organizing HR meets to understand the demand of the industries, what kind of expectations they have when they are recruiting students from geography and geoinformatics background. So this kind of collaboration makes our networks definitely stronger, and also constantly helps to enhance our curriculum. Of course, we are not going to compromise the classical knowledge of geography, the theoretical concepts of geoinformatics. Along with that, we are trying to offer the students some practical problems, practical solutions, and so that they can become industry ready, job ready. Besides this imparting knowledge, creating knowledge, as Ghosh sir has said, we have mentoring program. We try to understand the capacity of the students to learn, and accordingly, we try to provide the students definite specific kind of guidance to make them ready for their future. We have career guidance programs like coming on the 5th of March, we have our career counseling program for the final year students of BSc program, so that they can be sure that what kind of career they are going to opt after their BSc. Internship is mandatory for all the BSc and MSc students, and we have a separate career development cell for placements. They are trying hard to make so that GIS, geoinformatics based companies and companies come, and already many of our alumni have been placed through them. So as our deans have said that we just wish this condition become normal, and I really wish to meet all the dignitaries and participants in our green, beautiful campus like our pre-pandemic days. I thank all of you. I really thank Foundation of Practicing Geographers for organizing this conference with us. And I really congratulate to all the organizing committee members. Especially, I would like to mention Dr. Anu Rai and Supratim Karmakar for their huge effort to bring so many researchers on this same platform. I really hope that in the coming sessions and 2 days, throughout 2 days, we will be able to hear many innovative ideas and researches on health and environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for I would like to welcome Anu Rai to their Atmos University. So you may do with me, and I would like to greet with all my due respect, use the next few minutes to tell us something about the background of this conference and our motivation. Welcome, Anu Rai, ma'am.
Thank you, Anita. First of all, thank you very much for this beautiful welcome. About the conference, I would like to say here, like Professor Sanjeev sir has said that I have a lot of work on health research. So I will say here that I'm just beginner and I'm trying to enter in this field of health research actually. So here, this conference is basically we aim for this conference to which are very huge, but still they are in scattered manner. From the beginning, we understand that geography matters to everyone. Geography matters a lot. This health sector, which has become a pivotal area for many disciplines, like it's a true multidisciplinary approach, a true multidisciplinary subject, where like we have a lot of work on from public health, we have a lot of work from community medicine, we have a lot of work from the perspective of a medicine development and pharmaceutical technology or the biotechnology. But if you see where the geography plays very crucial role in identifying the health habits and health behavior or the distribution or development, we lacks actually. Still, I can understand, or even those specialists who are here who are working with the health geography, they can also understand. It's really sometimes become difficult to find out the person or speaker who is truly working on the health geography. So the aim of this conference is just to bridge that gap. I would welcome all my delegates and all my speakers. I would just it's my cordial welcome, and I also apology if there is some mistakes or some problems or some miscommunication took place from any way. I took the responsibility of all mistakes made by us. I'm also beginner. I'm also learning a lot, and really looking forward to welcome you all, to listen to all, and to truly develop this multidisciplinary approach of the health geography for our future geographers. So this is from me. Welcome again, and over to you, Ankita. Thank you.
We'll get together again after such short time.
I think some network issue with Ankita.
Sir, it's a break.
Okay, great. So
Okay,
break for 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. Good. Dr. Anu, so far so good. Excellent.
Yeah, Professor Pandey supposed to bring coffee for us.
Ah, yes, virtually I just
Say
wanted
coffee
to send because I can see now Professor Dahiya is here. Professor Bharat Dahiya has also joined, and I saw his messages, and hopefully one day we will be able to do something like sending delivery through Swiggy or Zomato to all our participants at their doorstep. It's a lunch time, and this is it may be possible. I'm not sure, but this is how it's a new normal. We call it new normal. That online is reality, and there is no way to avoid such type of things. And I think this will stay here. So, Daya, what would you say? Like online thing, I think this is going to stay.
Yeah, I hope
Online,
so.
we will be having more hybrid sort of thing.
Yeah.
Professor saying
people are very reluctant to go back into the office.
Professor saying
they like to work from home.
Professor Arun Kumar saying, I'm very happy to say that the head of my department, Professor Nazneen Afroz, has joined.
Oh, great. Welcome, Professor. Professor Nazneen.
Nazneen Afroz,
yes.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome to
Good
Atmos
morning.
University. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
So, see, this is the advantage of being online. I mean, you can connect with whole planet without even putting so much efforts in so-called supply chain. The only thing, how to motivate and increase the interest or maintain the interest of participants. In physical mode, it's very easy to develop some kind of connection. But with online mode, this is the main challenge for us. As a teacher, I can say it's very difficult to know whether students are there or not. Once they are switching off their mic and camera, it's impossible to know what they are doing actually at that time. Dr. Islam.
Yes, thank you. I just had a talk with my head, and immediately when she learned from me, she immediately joined, and she's with us. I think, ma'am, you can have some sort of chat or some sort of response to.
Yeah, of course. The problem that you are saying that the students may be there or not, they're switching off there. Yeah, that is the true, but it is your duty to deliver your lecture, and it is up to them to whether they will receive it or not. So you
But
cannot...
Professor Nazreen, what are those initiatives you took to maintain their experimental knowledge during this time? Because that was the most challenging part for us. How to give them that practical knowledge.
After when the COVID subsided, we had our students in the classroom, and then we did all the experiments that we had to do. All field work and everything was done in the department.
One stage of that process, we conducted our practical and viva voce, and she and myself, we all caught by COVID.
Yes, sir. We all agree. I'm sorry, I just interrupted in between, but we have to lead on with the session.
Yeah, please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now, I would like to welcome our chairpersons, Professor Sanjeev Ghosh, Emeritus Professor, Department of Chemistry, Atmos University, Kolkata. We have already listened him sharing the details about our university. Such a lovely speech that has been given by Dr. Sanjeev Ghosh. And with that, I would like to welcome Malik Akram Hussain, Chairman, Department of Geography and Environment, Jagannath University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. I would like to share.
I'm not chairman right now. Please correct it. I'm not chairman.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm really very sorry, sir. Yeah. So can we proceed further?
We are hoping soon, sir, you would become chairman. Ankita might be just.
He was already. I had 2 terms. I had
great.
6 years, sir.
Excellent.
2 terms.
Excellent.
So very tired. To be next chairman. So I just, leave it.
Okay.
No more. No more.
So your chairmanship was so awesome that your website doesn't want to put down that word till date.
Yes, sir. And we all would like to see you again in that same position.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
So let's
like
go
to
ahead.
Share a gist about Malik Akram Hussain, sir. He has obtained master's and bachelor's degree from the University of Rajshahi, Bangladesh, with concentration in geography and environment. He had obtained a Dutch grant to pursue another master's in urban environmental management and the Asian Institute, Thailand in 2002. He had granted his PhD from the University of Hong Kong with the University Scholarship in 2007. His research interests include urban environmental management, urban sanitation, water governance, climate change, renewable energy, and international migration. He has spoken at a number of international workshops and conferences. His research articles have appeared in various referred journals. We would like to welcome you on floor, sir.
Excuse me, should I present my lecture? Hello? Hello, can you hear?
Yes, sir, sure. Now, I would like to welcome Professor D. Nayak, Department of Geography, Northeastern Hill University. I would like to share a gist about Dr. Nayak is presently a professor at the Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. His main interest lies in social and population geography of aging environment. He has been involved in projects like UGC Minor Research Project on Disease, Health and Healthcare in Meghalaya, a geographical prospect on availability and utilization of healthcare facility and special reference to the Khasi Hills. Project studies on health status and demographic patterns of population around domestic area with Khasi Hills, Meghalaya, etc. He has co-edited on books, various books like Hill Area Development Issues and Perspectives, Geographical Society on the Northeastern Hill Region, India, Shillong, 1990. Environment Resources and Development Geographical Society of the Northeastern Hill Region, India, Shillong, 2001. He has published a lot of articles in various journals and has presented many national and international papers in different conferences and seminars. The title of the paper that he's going to present today is Climatic Change and Health with special reference to urban areas and megacities of India.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Do I start the presentation or we wait for some time?
Sir, please start.
Yes.
Sir, please start your presentation, sir. We are waiting for you.
Yes, sir. The stage is all yours.
Okay, thank you so much. And I thank all of you and the chairperson particularly, who has been an eminent scholar himself, and the colleagues of mine in Atmos University, which has invited me, and also the Professor Singh, who made a special request that I be here today despite all my problems here. And I thank Professor Singh for being so magnanimous and inviting me to this on behalf of the foundation. The society is practicing geographers, a foundation of practicing geographers, which has taken the lead. And thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to speak something that is linked to the main theme of this e-conference. I would like to speak a few things about climate change and health with special reference to urban areas and mega cities of India, something that we are all worried in the current situation. The issue of climate change has been a hot topic for the last few decades, and one of the impacts, a major impact, relates to health. And I would draw your attention to the issue, which is not only for the world as a whole, global impact that it has, but also specifically to areas which are urban, and particularly within those urban areas, the mega cities, which are bearing the brunt of the change and the implications of it. Let me try and share the screen of the small presentation that I have. Oh. Is this visible to you?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
it is
sir.
visible.
Yes, it is.
It is visible.
The screen is shared?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
It is visible.
Okay. Okay. Let me begin by saying that the issue of climate change is no more a debatable issue and is real and is here to stay. And now few would disagree that climate change is indeed a crisis, and we need all to find out means and ways for, mitigating many of its adverse impacts. Now, few disagree. I say this because there was a time when many would say that, well, particularly the skeptics who are not really convinced that climate change is really taking place. And even if it is taking place, that one need not be too worried about it, because they all thought that this is kind of a scapegoat. This is something that we are trying to divert our attention from many of the pressing issues that are far more important. But that phase of skepticism with growing evidences that we get about climate change is over, more or less over. And this early debate about whether the climate change is taking place or not is giving rise to a rise in concern about what would be its impact, what would be the intensity of its impact, and how really we are going to combat this crisis. And many would even say that the other day I was reading a very interesting paper in which it was written that the media nowadays is so much concerned that it doesn't want to talk about climate change anymore. They would like to change even the language that we use in describing climate change. Instead of calling it a change, they would like to call it a crisis or climate breakdown. Many of the leading newspapers have editorial policy which is slowly changing, not to address the entire debate into climate change, which they think that this word itself is basically trying to show as if everything is normal, but it's a change. But situation is becoming so grave that we need to use different language terminologies to emphasize the importance of this and the kind of crisis that we're facing. So they would like to change the terminologies from change to crisis or climate breakdown. They would also like to change the terminology like global warming to global heating, and so on and so forth. I mean, that's the kind of change which is taking place in the recent times because of the importance of this crisis that is now engulfing all of us. That's because we are now getting more and more evidences of climate changes. There are increasing evidences, and it's no more debate that we are interested in. We are now getting more to focus on the mitigation of the impacts and implications of this major global crisis that we are faced with. What is the debate has now shifted from whether or not climate change to what are the best methods and approaches that one can adopt under the circumstances. One of the major consequences that is in the focus is health. That what would be the impact of the changing climate, the global, the crisis of climate change, and what could be the major health consequences of this. And that is coming as a major area of concern. And most literatures on health that we read these days, they all talk about the negative impacts, and there are plenty that one can see on the, even if you search in the web, you'll find hundreds of articles and evidences showing how what would be the adverse impacts of the climate change on people. Many of these, of course, are conjectures. I mean, we don't have hard evidences, and particularly these conjectures are about a concern on how there could be a spread new diseases to new areas, and diffusion of the changing morbidity pattern to fresh areas. But the major issue that I would like to argue here is that while we all think that this is an environment which is external to us and the changes are external to us, we haven't contributed, but it is taking place. But even if we have contributed, that I particularly did not contribute, all that is fine. And the conjectures about health problems are also equally important. But a major area that needs to be discussed and to be we need to be concerned is the social dimension, which is something which is missing in many of the studies that have been done. And we always think that health concerns are the kind of problems that are arising are basically a concomitant of climate change. This is what I would like to contest in the rest of my discussion. Let me start with saying that whatever may be the consequences, health or otherwise, there are many other consequences that are associated with climate change. It is the poor and the developing nations which would bear the brunt in the coming years when the climate crisis is deepening. This is so because, as we all know, the emissions from low and middle income countries are highly insignificant. We do not really contribute. If you look at the world as a whole, the kind of contribution to GHG is extremely insignificant from low and developing countries. But it does, when it's a global crisis, it's not that because we are not contributing much, we are not going to have the consequences, adverse consequences, because wherever it takes place, whoever contributes, but the adverse impacts would come to us in any case. And the more important issue, however, is that while adverse consequences are being faced with or without contributing to the climate change, these are the very countries which would be the least capable in handling the adverse impacts that come, including health, from climate change. And what I would argue here is that this global issue of climate change has to be located more, and we need to focus more on inequity, and shouldn't consider that this is only a mere environmental consequences, the change that is taking. It's a crisis, and this change is something that need not be seen as something that is going to create health problems. But I would like to locate the problem more in the social inequity that would exacerbate the problems in the years to come. Particularly social inequity that characterizes most countries, most nations, will certainly magnify magnify the global health disparities. It's not only that the disparities are seen across the countries, the so-called developed and the developing countries, but the issue is more important because the international disparities are glaring, to say the least, and that is likely to aggravate the problem even more. This takes us to the urban question, in which the entire issue needs to be seen in more detail. It is not unknown to any one of you that all climate changes, whether in the past or in the present, have their health impacts. But the cities and the city dwellers are especially vulnerable to these impacts, adverse impacts. I would also like to add here that the more vulnerable are the people who live in large mega cities, and within those mega cities, the poor, the migrants, and the slum dwellers who constitute a
I think our network is.
I think there is some technical glitch.
Yeah.
We'll request to our participant to be here. I think sir is facing some network issue. I was just joining back. There is electricity gone there. So sir is saying that he will be joining in within 1 or 2 minutes. We understand like this is a technical glitch of organizing any online conference, sir. I don't think, sir.
Sir, you are on mute. Arun Singh, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Sir is about to join. We need to just wait for a few minutes.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure everyone.
Meanwhile, we can ask participants to introduce them. Like we have Sania here. Sania. Sania, would you like to introduce yourself? We also have here Vivek Raj Singh Chauhan. Vivek?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. So would you like to introduce yourself, Vivek, to us?
Ma'am, my name is Vivek and I have studied from University of Rajasthan, which is in Jaipur. And I live in, I belongs to a very remote village which comes under that Sariska Tiger Sanctuary. Which name is Baldevgarh. It comes under Sariska Tiger Sanctuary, and my love for geography started from there only, from the roots of my village. When I've seen the greenery and the animals and everything, then I started I started discussing with my teachers in the school that how should I get more and more knowledge about all these things. So my teachers gave me the advice that to take geography in your higher education. So from there it all started. So when I got to know about this seminar and I saw the topics, so I really saw that I have some connection with all these topics. And from there it all started, and and throughout my this higher education, like my post graduation, and currently I've cleared the JRF also in this session 2020-21 session, and I'm going to do my PhD from Jain R and Vyas University Jodhpur. Like I've got selected yesterday only from there. So my interest of topic is this only, environment and the climate change only. So it's been an honor to be the part of such prestigious event and to share and get knowledge from such senior faculties from all over the country as well as from outside. So it's an honor for me, and thank you for providing all the students such a platform. Thank you, ma'am.
You're most welcome, Vivek, and we are really looking forward to meet you and wish you very best of luck for your future as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have you are from University of Rajasthan, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your current PhD topic?
Ma'am,
Yep.
the PhD topic is not yet given to me by my professor. So he said
Okay, so
we'll discuss it, and then according to his me and after the discussion, I'll make my synopsis.
we have here many participants here, but let's see. Gajendranath,
I'm back. You can just check that if sir is ready.
we can add.
Yeah, I have added him.
Okay, so sir, if sir is back, I would like to request sir to please continue with his presentation.
Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry the lights went off for quite some time. This is the major hindrance to online.
Professor Nayak, that's good to know that we are still living in the era where the technical glitches can come. Good morning.
Yes.
So that's why we have Dr. Vikramaditya K. Chaudhary from JNU. So.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now it has disturbed the whole thing. So I was talking about the urban question, which is far more significant in the context of climate change and the consequent health problems that we are all going through. Particularly, I would draw your attention to the most vulnerable people who live in the mega cities, particularly the poor, the migrants, and the slum dwellers who bear the brunt of are going through and are likely to bear the brunt of the climate change and the consequent health issues that we are going to talk about. And India, for example, qualifies for all these conditions. We have we are a low to middle income country, and vast numbers of our people actually live in towns and cities now. And in the past few decades, we had an accelerated urban growth like most other developing countries. And we also have some of the most crowded cities of the world.
Unmute kar diye.
Hello.
That's good.
Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have few of the most crowded cities of the world, like Mumbai, Kolkata, Delhi, Chennai, and so on, so many other cities. And what is significant about these cities is that we have those cities with extreme socioeconomic disparities. That is the moot question that we would like to address ourselves. And it's not only India, the whole world is urbanizing very fast, both in terms of absolute number and as well as relative to its rural population in most countries. The developed countries have already done it, but the developing countries are fast moving towards this situation of large urban concentration of population. And the recent decades have seen the largest wave of this urbanization. And we had only 2 million plus cities in 1800, which has increased to 75 by 1950 and has increased to 380 by the turn of 21st century. And most significantly, that most of these urban areas and urban populations getting concentrated and increasing in South Asia. What is more significant is that it's not the total urban population which is in the question, but individual cities have also grown much larger in size, both in terms of their spatial extent and also in terms of their population size. In 2008, over half of the world population had come to live in the cities, and it's likely to be nearly 5 billion by 2030. These information and estimations and predictions are of serious consequence, as we can see the world would be urbanizing and most people would be staying in the urban areas. Already more than half of the population is in the urban areas. Of course, in India and in some other countries, we see that in the recent times, even the smaller towns and cities are growing much faster than the mega cities. And that's a convergence which we are likely to see in the coming years. What is more significant is, of course, the locations where people live, and particularly in the cities and within the city, the location of people matters a lot because of longer supply of supply lines for essential goods and the more important problems that most urban centers world over, including India, are facing is in terms of waste collection and disposal, which is posing a serious health hazard to the people who are at risk, who are exposed to it and who are at risk. You must have seen in the television the kind of mountains that were building of waste disposal sites in Delhi, which came to light as it caved in some time back. And one can imagine what must be the situation in and around it. It's not only waste disposal, but there are other issues that concern the urban areas, particularly the storms, the floods, the drought, which can also have serious health consequences. Location also can make people absolutely vulnerable. Look at Mumbai, Chennai, or Kolkata, which are located pretty close to the sea, and they can be extremely vulnerable to sea level rise, which is considered to be a definite to happen in the near future because of climate change. And the mega cities are also growing and expanding by several methods which are not conducive for good health. And they do so by filling watercourses, cutting down trees, risking floods and landslides. All these are becoming far more frequent than they used to be earlier. We are now requiring boats and rafts as the rainy season comes. In most cities, people have to depend on because the urban floods, because they depend on this the kind of transport modes which every rainy season we need to depend on because of the urban floods. Another most important thing which is changing and it has adverse health impacts is related to significant land use changes, which are essentially responsible for exaggerate health problems from heat waves and heavy precipitations, etc. So the locations are absolutely important in this context. But let me also share with you that are these problems directly linked to climate change? That is the question we need to ponder over, rather than saying that only climate change is responsible for the health hazards, and perhaps we can't do much about it because it's something which is beyond us. But I would like to submit before you that some of these health problems and the stresses that we are experiencing in the megacities, in the large urban centers, are actually unrelated to climate change. And I'll give you some evidences. They are not directly caused by climate change because many of these problems are arising out of lack of financial resources to meet the needs and demands of a growing population, and particularly in the urban areas. They are also being caused by another demographic development, which we are all concerned about, is the aging issues, where more and more people are now becoming aged above 65 years, and that's becoming a big component of our demographics world over, including India. The urban areas are also poorly maintained. You go to any urban area, you would find that they're very poorly maintained, they're inadequate, and they have very non-existent infrastructure that exasperates the situation of poor health. They are also, most of the urban centers also have poor land use planning and enforcement laws that leads to very bad land use planning in most of the cities in the developing countries, including India. There are also inadequate resources for disaster preparedness. Every time there's a disaster, a natural hazard that takes place, we are least prepared and then start looking at government help all the time, but that's very hard to come. Then many of these countries have self-serving political institutions, and there is even outright corruption that is more important as far as the health concerns are concerned. More importantly, the inequality and the disparity in income is also rising menacingly, and the latest report from the Forbes India also testifies to this fact that the income inequality and disparity is becoming unbearable to a very great extent, as only a few 1 or 2% of the population holds on to more than 77% of the wealth and income in India. And that it's not only India, in many countries this is happening, and this is for the 2021 information. And if you compare it even 5 years back, this inequality is only increasing, and in the urban areas the inequality is even more. And there are this has led to growing numbers of impoverished families living in unplanned, unserviced settlements and slums. So what is the innate conclusion about this kind of situation is that climate change doesn't create new problems, doesn't create health issues in these mega cities, in these urban areas, but they only aggravate the problem. They rarely create new health problems. They amplify the existing ones which is there. So one needs to underscore this fact that they are, or the health problems actually existed even before the climate change became serious and it became a crisis. They exasperate both the direct and indirect effects too. Most importantly, health of city dwellers get affected by, say, direct physical injuries which can come, or deaths even from extreme weather events, which is a feature of climate change. There are many kinds of illnesses that result from the aftermath of the extreme weather events. The problems that climate change can exacerbate is waterborne diseases or foodborne diseases, the illness and deaths that from expanded range of vector-borne infectious diseases which come with climate change. There are also reports that respiratory illnesses also become far more frequent due to poor air quality related to the climate change. Then the morbidity and mortality, especially the elderly, suffers from more of morbidity and mortality. The small children also suffer more, and people whose health is already compromised, they suffer more. There are also issues which existed even before climate change came as a crisis, that we suffer from severe cases of malnutrition and starvation among urban and rural poor as a result of drought-induced shortages and price rises that take place in most of the countries. And the recent NFHS state data that we have got for the 2019-20 period, though truncated, also indicates that the extent of malnutrition and starvation has been on the rise in India, and more so in the urban areas. So this is something which you can see as a climate change, which may have direct impacts like direct exposures, or they could have indirect exposures, or so which get exacerbated by social and economic disruptions, creating health impacts. Water, of course, is a major worry. There is a great demand now. Every mega city now demands more and more water, and there has been decreasing availability of this water, also due to change in rainfall pattern, which is a direct outcome of climate change in most parts of the world and most parts of India. Also, the water gets polluted, and we have been overdrafting surface and groundwater because of urbanization. It affects not only the cities, although it may happen in cities, but it doesn't only affect the cities, even it affects the agricultural and rural people as the water is drawn from distant watersheds. That's something which is creating water crisis in many cities. As you know, in Chennai and many other cities, come summer, you will have to really struggle for water, and water related conflicts are becoming extraordinary in many cities. Provision of basic necessities like reliable and adequate water and public health to the poor is becoming highly complicated under climate regime. And in the mega cities, certainly it is more exasperating to see what is happening to water problem and also water related health problems because of lack of water, because of shortage of water, and the surrounding areas which all also get deprived of water for agriculture, or for and the groundwater getting depleted and getting polluted. No major change, of course, has been seen in annual rainfall in mega cities. That is what is worrying, that although climate change is blamed for many of these problems of water shortages, but many studies have revealed that in the major cities of India, there has not been much of a change in the annual rainfall, despite what we talk about climate change. But seasonality and intensity has increased as far as rainfall patterns are concerned in most of the cities. The major worry is that there is a depletion of groundwater that is pointed out by most studies, which is happening due to long gap in recharge, which has led to saline intrusion into the aquifers of the coastal megacities. And this is most acute in Chennai, which suffers from water crisis year after year. Then there is the problem of solid waste accumulation, then sea level variation, and heat and cold waves intensification affecting the poor. And there, when one can see the areas which are now getting affected by malaria is highly extensive. Some time back, it was confined to a few areas in the country, but now it is affecting almost the entire country as the climate change is making places more conducive for the vector diseases to spread. Now, for this, what has been the neoliberal response is more significant, and I would like to emphasize on this aspect. The neoliberal response has been that the climate action is inevitable. We must combat it, but we cannot do it at the economic cost of economic growth. We need economic growth. This is something which is a must. We can do anything. We do everything about climate action, but we cannot sacrifice economic growth. And they refuse to accept climate change as outcome of an economic system bent on extraction and profit. That is something which is taking the logic to its breaking point. They would like to not believe that climate change is in any way connected to the present economic system and extraction and profit. And they tend to link this damage that is taking place because of climate change to this system, and they call it as external, something which is beyond us. And they emphasize on technological solutions and wouldn't go beyond that. And they also argue that urbanization is actually an important ally in mitigation measures and would encourage urbanization, that as if urbanization is going to solve the problems of climate change because of larger concentration in a particular place and due to economies of scale. And they would argue that the economies of scale would certainly result in less of energy consumption in urban areas compared to rural areas. Even Indian policy makers since last 30 years, you can see that we are all pushing for a very rapid urbanization, and we all think that there will be a trickle-down effect of economic growth. But the issue is far more grave, and many would argue that we are indeed sliding to a climate apartheid. Many reject, some reject the neoliberal view with utter contempt. They say that climate change is leading to climate apartheid as it adds a new layer to the already existing spatial and social segregation, and therefore they focus on resilience rather than creating this apartheid based on climate change and the adverse impact that it has on the different segments of the society, which is based on, which is highly structured, which is highly iniquitous. They argue that with better access to infrastructure, they argue that those people, the sections which are more, particularly those who have better access to infrastructure, can really withstand the changes of climate. They are not really bothered about it because they can spend money, they have the wealth, they have the capability, and they can also, they already have the infrastructure available to them, accessible to them, and they can really withstand this problem of not only climate change, also the adverse impact of climate change. And reportedly, the rich is already building luxury climate bunkers and hiring security for their protection. That's something which is happening in many developed countries. Global heating, another adverse impact of global heating would be that it will actually undermine democracy, rule of law, and can sharpen community discontent. It can even stimulate nationalistic, xenophobic, racist, and other such divisive responses. And climate change is not simply an externality having its impacts. It is a crisis that is deeply social. Let's mind it and take it from me that climate change is just not an environmental issue. It's more social, and this crisis is creating a social cleavage of the kind not seen ever. And I can compare it with the recent COVID experience of the last 1.5 years or more, that this also created a similar, every crisis is an opportunity for some, and most people get affected. And climate change is the poor and the underprivileged actually gets more and more marginalized with every crisis, and the corporate benefits out of it. Even the many governments, I was shocked to see that this COVID has actually undermined democracy in most countries. Many countries which are formerly known to be very good in their democratic practice have become more and more authoritarian, and climate crisis is likely to see a similar situation as it is unfolding itself in the recent past. So I would like to quote UN expert Philip Alston, who said, "Climate change threatens to undo the last 50 years of development, global health, and poverty reduction," which was the main governance issue for the last 50 years. Now it's being turned upside down, and it's likely to undo many of the good things that were done, including democracy, as I mentioned a while ago. He cited the risk of a new era of climate apartheid, the rich buying their way out of rising heat and hunger, and the poor suffering the most. He also talked about scenario where the wealthy actually pay to escape overheating, hunger, and conflict, while the rest of the world is left to suffer. It will also impact democracy as governments struggle to cope with climate consequences and persuade constituents to accept the major social and economic transformations required, rendering civil and political rights vulnerable. And a corollary can be seen in the COVID, where what suffered the most is the civil and political rights, and most governments, failed governments, I would say, would accept this climate change as an alibi to undermine civil and political rights to most people. So if climate change is used to justify business-friendly policies and widespread privatization, exploitation of natural resources, and global warming may be accelerated rather than prevented. So Alston's words are to be taken seriously. So in summary, I would like to conclude quickly because I know we have lost some time. Climate change and its effects on health and well-being demands a whole fresh perspective. Climate change is not the cause of new disease pattern. That is what I wanted to convey to you and argue in front of you, but only exasperates the existing problems which you already had, which are inherent to the very urban structure that we have developed in the past. Climate change is not so much a threat to our physical health. It merely exposes the geographies which are built on inequity, deprivation, segregation, and oppression. Climate change is not an environmental issue. I harp on this issue. It's not merely an environmental issue. It is deeply social and political. And I would like to again re-emphasize that it is not a change, but a crisis that we need to see in its societal context. And it's like it is already threatening and is likely to threaten more, to tear apart the fragile social stability that we have. And basically, it is a threat to democracy as much as we have seen during the COVID times. So thank you. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I know we had some break because of electricity failure, but thank you nevertheless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such a vast knowledge. I'm sure all members are very much pleased to listen to your whole lecture. And now I would like to please request you to conclude the whole session.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Is my voice audible to you, sir?
Yeah, I couldn't get it. Tell me.
Yes, sir. I'm saying, sir, can you please conclude the whole session for us? Just the gist of it.
I didn't get it. I mean, somebody else has to speak, no? After me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Somebody else will speak. I'm just saying that the lecture you have delivered to us, that was such a vast knowledge. Can you just conclude it in a little bit of sentences?
Oh.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I did say that when we talk about climate change, we are seeing it as an externality that is outside us and we have to combat it, but it's not so. I would like to submit before all of you that it is a problem that is only exasperating the existing contradictions in the society, existing inequality in the society. And we have to address that first. And we cannot take this as an alibi that we need not bother about those issues. We have to actually have a technocratic solution, and we have to mitigate the effects of climate change, and all other things can wait. That's the point that I was making. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to welcome Professor P.R. Basu Rai, Department of Geography, Kuch Bihar Panchanan University. I would like to give a small gist about him. Professor P.R. Basu Rai is currently Professor in Geography, Kuch Bihar Society, Burma University, West Bengal. He is a member of learned societies like President Geographical Society of West Bengal, Alipurduar, West Bengal, India, life member, the Wesleyan Journal of Research, Bankura, West Bengal, India. Indian Academy of Social Sciences, Allahabad, India, Hill Geographers, NEHU, Shillong, Meghalaya, life member, Geographical Society of India, University of Calcutta, Kolkata. He is also an author to a few books. Handbook of Transport Geography 2015, Tourism and Analytical Approach 2016. He has also worked on various projects, namely UGC-funded research projects completed 2011 on identification of tourism potential areas in Duaris area of Jalpaiguri district, West Bengal, and development strategies to reduce backwardness. UGC-funded research project on identification of spatial character of transport efficiency in northern parts of West Bengal, etc. He has chaired and co-chaired various seminars and also attended many seminars and conferences, both at national and international. I would like to welcome and deliver a keynote address from P.R. Basu Rai, and the topic that he's going to present is analyzing the geographical determinants and their impact on healthcare services in Alipurduar district, West Bengal, India. Welcome, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me share the screen. Okay, sir. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir, it is visible. It is visible.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to convey my heartiest gratitude since I have been invited to give the keynote address in the International Conference on Environment and Health Frontiers Ahead, organized by Department of Geography, School of Basic and Applied Sciences, Atmos University, and Foundation of Practicing Geographers, Kolkata. Unfortunately, I could not be able to.
Yes, sir. We can able to see your screen, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible, na?
Yes, sir. You are properly audible to us.
Okay. Okay. Actually, I am in critical situation right now. My father is admitted in nursing home for COVID infection, as his condition is critical. However, since Arun sir requested me and to told me that, Pial, if possible, you have to say something. So I have prepared this a small presentation trying to highlight some important aspect of constraint, particularly constraint in terms of healthcare development. So if I do any mistake in my presentation, if you can find it, then please pardon me. And before delivering my speech, I would like to congratulate the organizer for organizing such a relevant and timely conference. And it would be better for me if my situation seems to normal, but unfortunately it is not so. However, I am trying to give some idea about how geographical determinants influence on healthcare services in my area, in my district, that is Alipurduar district, which is located in West Bengal, India. Okay, so I have selected the topic as analyzing the geographical determinants and their impact on healthcare services in Alipurduar district, West Bengal, India. Now, you see, Rice and Smith said that geography plays an important role in the nature of healthcare delivery. And Alipurduar district is one of the most geographically dominant area in West Bengal. Just a minute, I think it is not the actual presentation. Just a minute. It will be I am taking a few minutes, okay? Okay. So actually, Alipurduar district is located in northern part of West Bengal, where there is heterogeneous characteristics of geographical features are existing. That means various type of landforms like small terrain, rivulets, rivers, and different type of topographical features. That is undulating part. It is not even part. In addition to that, there are large vegetation cover. So this undulating terrain and large vegetation cover, that is the forest area, creates a barrier to the development of healthcare services. So here I have tried to represent how different type of or selected geographical features are hindering in the field of the development of healthcare facilities and how people have been suffering. So I am directly going to the determinant part. You see, this is the coordinate of Alipurduar district, which is located in the northern part of West Bengal, as I have already said. So you see here a first relief map has been prepared, and you see the in the northern part the height is higher, and if you go from north to south, then you will get plain land or plain topography. But if you go to the northern part, you will get the mountainous and hilly parts. And you see clearly the dot is representing a healthcare center. And all of you know that the healthcare centers of India are divided into three categories. One is sub-center, which is basically located in rural area, remote rural area. Then the primary healthcare center, then the community healthcare center, and then the hospital. And you see there is uneven distribution of sub-center, primary health center, community health center, as well as hospital. This is because of varied topographical pattern of the district. You see, in case of when you go to the higher altitude, then the number of health center is getting reduced. So from this map, it is clear that height or slope that is regulating the distribution of healthcare center. You see, there are so many number of black dots, that is the sub-center, where a few health infrastructure facilities are available. That is not enough for uh, maintaining the minimum criteria for the public health management. Then you see the hexagonal blue colored some spot, that is the community health center. There are some round black and black dot inside, those are primary health center, and H represents hospital. So from this map you can that the people who have been living in the higher altitude area, they are not properly getting the healthcare facility. Rather, they have to travel a long distance to receive that facility. So you see here, I have shown the elevation zone wise distribution of number of health center. That means sub-center, public health center, PHC means public health center, primary health center, CHC means community health center, and number of hospital, and average area sub by health center. You see, as the elevation is increasing, there is a decreasing trend of the number of sub-center. So we can easily understand about the people who are living in the higher altitude regarding their healthcare facilities, or how they are living with the different type of diseases or illnesses, or in case of emergency they cannot travel easily since the area is not a plain land and there is transport inaccessibility for rugged topography. You see, this map is showing the forest cover. So here also you can identify the black spot are located in those area only which are not endowed with forest land. Therefore, here also we can say that there are so many people living on in this forest land, like tribal people, Mage, Rabha, etc. And so many Toto, so many tribal people. So they are actually deprived of getting such type of healthcare facilities because they need it, but unfortunately there is lack of, or there is dearth of, or there is absence of healthcare centers in their locality or uh, in nearby areas they live. Now you see, this is the vegetation zone wise served area by healthcare center. You can here easily see that the in case of tea garden area, a few number of only sub center serve the population. Only a few number of sub centers are there. In case of mixed forest area, the number of sub centers is lower than the tea garden area. Only uncovered area, that is, there is no cover of tea garden or mixed forest area. That area only experiences higher number of sub centers, primary health centers, or community health centers, or hospital. All of these 3 or 4 types of health centers are located in in area where there is no forest, no tea garden, or plain land area. In case of higher altitude like hill or mountainous area, there is acute crisis of healthcare centers which may serve the people of that particular area. So you see, this is the transport accessibility map showing that how transport network is influencing the distribution of healthcare center. Here also you can see that most of the healthcare centers, particularly sub centers and other type of healthcare centers also, they are located adjacent to the road, and hence road, and you see here actually in this map the type of road, the quality of road has not been shown, but you see the area, if you see the previous one, that means this area, you see the forest area, green color in the middle part of the map, and then you see this map, there are roads. It is true there are roads, but the road is very narrow, and not only that, the quality of road is very bad. That is why there is absence of healthcare center. So this is the actual scenario of the district. So how do geographical factors influence the healthcare center? Now here accessibility has been measured by analyzing the geographical distance from the healthcare center to the periphery. That means here some circles have been drawn. You see, this is the circle. That means how much area a subcenter is serving. So you see the entire scenario, and you see there are some areas where there is no sub-center, but there are people. The people are basically tribal. They are living in the interior part. But there is absence of sub-centers. And most of the sub-centers are not equipped with minimum number of healthcare instrument. Only there is a small building, there is no doctor, there is no instrument. Only a ANM or like GNM or a nurse is there. In some cases, there is no doctors, no nurse. Only some healthcare professionals have been appointed on contractual basis there. So this is the scenario. Here you see distribution of town and villages on the basis of accessible zones of sub-centers. And you can see that there is spatial variation in the distribution of town and villages on the basis of the accessible zone of sub-centers. You see, in case of high accessible zone, most of the villages are located, but there is also low accessible and semi-moderate accessible zone where also there are few number of villages are located. That means maybe a smaller, but all the people are not getting proper healthcare services which are their fundamental right to get. This is the scenario, same scenario in case of primary health center. You see, primary health center is slightly better than sub center. There you can find a doctor. Okay, but unfortunately, the doctors, they prefer to live in urban area for different facilities and reasons. They are very much unwilling to go to serve there. So in this case also, despite having primary health center in different parts, there is lack of doctors. Doctors are not regular there. From town they are going. So in case of emergency, they cannot get the facility of a doctor because there is no residential area, and doctors are completely reluctant to live there because of the backwardness. Similarly, you see the middle part where forest is located. In spite of location of so many tribal people there, there is no primary health center. Even there is only a few sub center which cannot serve properly because of the lack of healthcare professionals as well as healthcare infrastructure. This is the scenario of the distribution of town and villages on the basis of accessible zone of primary health center. Here also it is true that there are a more number of villages located within high accessible zone, but if you go beyond the high accessible zone, the number of villages is decreasing, but there is the existence of number of villages. That means maybe 20 or 30% people of the entire region are not getting proper healthcare services. Now it is the case of community health center. It is slightly better than sub center and primary healthcare center. But you see, there are only 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 or 7 number of primary community healthcare center in the entire district. So you can easily imagine the how can the people avail the facilities of this community health center? Because it is true that community health center is there, but it is very much real fact that the health center is only health center. There is no good health infrastructure, or in case of any critical situation, in case of any some you said hard type of or tough diseases, these community health centers are completely incapable to treat that disease. They can only refer the patient. So you can imagine the condition of the district. Here also you see there are more number of villages, they are belonging to high accessible zone, but you see there the number is also increasing if compared to sub center or primary health center in case of low accessible zone or semi moderate accessible zone. That means in spite of getting some to some extent better facility as compared to primary healthcare center or sub center, a number of villages, that means a number of people are not getting the facilities of community health center. This is the scenario of hospital. You see there are only 3 state general hospital in the district. So you can see the distance. You can imagine in the northern part, particularly in the high elevation zone, or in the eastern part where there is lower elevation, all the parts are occupied by people, maybe fewer in number. But if they have any critical condition, and if they want to reach to the hospital, then a long distance they have to travel, and there is a limited number of vehicle. Not only that, some parts are not connected also. There is no concrete and easily accessible ways by which they can travel and come to the healthcare center for treatment. So you see only a particular portion is getting the advantages of the hospital, which is considered as the what I should say, as the basic and fundamental centers of public health, where you can expect some type of or some best quality doctor or infrastructure, but in reality that is not so. All of we know that. That is why often we have to move to Chennai, Apollo, and in the southern India. Similarly, you see the trend. There is also low accessible zone, semi moderate accessible zones, and there are so many villages in those area. Okay, so this is the situation. So this is the findings. Actually, I am coming to the concluding part. In the district, the distribution of health centers have not spaced optimally, concerning its spatial coverage. The northeastern hilly and foresty part have shown lesser and dispersed concentration of health centers. Second is, many places in the district, particularly the forest endowed parts, experience difficulty when access to healthcare centers. Thirdly, this type of accessibility should not considered as effective accessibility, as the person's time space budget is not equal throughout the district, as well as do not permit them to use the services. Most of the people suffer more for travel longer distances to reach higher level health centers, that is community health centers and hospital, as these are saturated in few places. Therefore, a part of the population is fully deprived from an effective healthcare services, which can have consequences on the population health status. And this is the conclusion. Uniform distribution of healthcare centers. It is required to remove the disparity in healthcare centers. Spatially, all the healthcare centers should be equally distributed. Improved connectivity. I have already told that the area is not well connected, since there is forest area, there is hill area, but there is provisions for making road, because we know that there are so many areas in more than the higher altitude, the roads are very smooth, because those are the tourist place, and this is not the such type of big tourist place. That is why, and a few number of people are living. That is why government is reluctant to make any smooth path. And introduction is telemedicine is required, because you see all of people almost because of COVID situation, they are very much familiar with the use of Android phone. Yeah, so the use of technology is getting popularity among the tribal and non-tribal people also, who are living in the interior part. And connectivity is almost there, all type of connection is there. So in this case, I think telemedicine may be helpful in case of critical illness. And next is motivate providers to work in remote areas. It is very much important, because doctors, nurses, and all of us, if all of us think that no, we do not go to the remote area because of the backwardness, then the people of those areas will suffer definitely. So from the government level or from the appropriate level, the doctors or healthcare providers should be motivated, or some kind of facilities may be given for them, so that they can take part in this battle. That means they are willing to go to that area, to the remote part, or leave. Otherwise, this type of problem can never be solved. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you very much. And again, I am very much sorry, since I think I cannot prepare my PowerPoint properly. More information I can provide. Unfortunately, it was not possible for some problem of, as I already told. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So first of all, sir, it's our pleasure. In spite of so much difficult situation, you are here for us, sir. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over to you, Ankita.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such a vast knowledge. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Bharat Dahiya, Director, Research Center for Sustainable Development and Innovation, School of Global Studies, Thammasat University, Bangkok, Thailand, and Extraordinary Professor, School of Public Leadership, Stellenbosch University, Western Cape, South Africa. Professor Bharat Dahiya is a social scientist and urban and regional planner, having worked with the World Bank, United Nations Human Settlements Program, and Asian Development Bank, United Nations University Institute of the Advanced Study of Sustainability, and United Nations Development Program, UNDP. He has provided policy advice and technical support to national and local governments. The Hindu, Deccan Herald, Bangkok Post, and The Nation, UB Post, The Sunday Times, and Urban Gateways have quoted his work. More recently, he co-authored Partnering for Sustainable Development, Guidelines for Multi-Stakeholders Partnerships to Implement the 2030 Agenda in Asia and the Pacific. Bharat is co-editor of New Urban Agenda in Asia Pacific, Governance for Sustainable and Inclusive Cities, Springer 2020. For this contribution to sustainable urban development in Mongolia, the municipal government of Ulaanbaatar decorated Bharat with a Medal of Honor, and the government of Mongolia awarded him a Certificate of Honor. The title today Sir is going to present is Towards Healthy City, Lessons Learned and Normative Imperatives. Now I would like to welcome Sir to give a special keynote lecture.
Thank you, Ankita. Thank you for that very generous introduction. I would like to send my greetings from Thammasat University. Thammasat stands for Dharma Satya, which comes from Pali, ancient language from India. So my greetings to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the Foundation of Practicing Geographers, as well as the Department of Geography, Atmos University, Kolkata, for inviting me and having me here to share some thoughts with you. I very much like this International E-Conference. It's a very well thought out and a very timely conference. So all of you, the organizers, led by Dr. Anu Rai, are worthy of appreciation and commendation. So I extend my congratulations to all of you. So with that, friends, I would like to share with you my slides. I guess, yes, I can. I think it says you cannot start screen share while other participant is sharing. Okay, now I can do that. Somebody has pressed the button. And I'm sure you are able to see my screen now.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Wonderful. So, friends, today, as Ankita said, my topic is toward healthy cities, lessons learned, and normative perspectives. In this presentation, what I have done is to bring you knowledge, latest knowledge on healthy cities from around the world, some concepts, some methods, as well as some latest experiences. So let's begin. Last year, the Niti Aayog announced that there is a need to build healthy cities in India, and they may be thinking of building 500 healthy cities, especially to fight COVID-like crisis. Now that brings me to our outline, which focuses on 5 things. First, we will look at healthy cities and their action domains, the strategic approaches. Then we will look at some lessons from Europe, which continent has implemented a lot of real healthy cities projects. Then we will look at some examples from Asia. We will then share some thoughts on healthy cities in India, and then we will do a recap. So let's jump in. Healthy cities and their action domains. Now, first of all, we need to understand what is a healthy city. Healthy city, according to the World Health Organization, is that which puts health, social well-being, equity, and sustainable development at the center of policies. Okay, so these are policies, strategies, and programs. When a city puts all these at the center of their work, we start to see the beginning of a healthy city. Now, healthy city is based on the core values like the right to health and well-being, peace, social justice, gender equality, solidarity, social inclusion of various social groups, and of course, the idea of sustainable development. And it is guided by very important principles like health for all, universal health coverage, intersectoral governance for health, health in all policies, not only in health policies, community participation, so the local communities have a very important role, social cohesion and innovation. So these are some of the latest thoughts that are used in developing a healthy city when a city starts to build itself into a healthy city. Now, globally, the Healthy Cities program of the World Health Organization started with a meeting in January 1986. The plan that time was to start 5 to 8 cities in Europe. And by 1990, there were 30 cities in 18 European countries. There were 17 national networks of healthy cities and 3 international networks. Couple of pictures that you see here are the children who painted healthy cities, and you can see what sort of aspiration they have. They would like to see places for children to play, and they would like to see more plants and flowers than the pollution. So since those days, since the early 90s, there has been a lot of change, and some of the speakers have highlighted these changes. I would like to focus on a few. First is the urbanization process. Now the world has 54% urbanization around, and Asia Pacific region is leading in rapid urbanization process. The second mega trend is environment and climate change. Professor Nayak spoke a lot about it. There is a rise of greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, falling biodiversity, and so on, which results in higher average temperatures, sea level rise, growing intensity and frequency of natural disasters. Then there is growing inequality, which is between urban and rural areas, also within urban areas, and the population of people living in slums around the world has been increasing. And now there are about 1 billion slum dwellers out of about 7 billion people in the world. Then there are new health challenges, like the zoonotic diseases we are seeing, COVID-19 pandemic. And all of this points towards the importance of governance, where participation in policy and decision-making, as well as in project co-design and co-implementation becomes important. This is also happening in India. In many projects, you see that people are actively participating. There are also governments' partnerships with private sector, civil society organizations, NGOs, and in many instances with the universities and academia. Now, all this research for the last 30, 40 years has shown us that there are certain determinants of health and well-being in the urban context. We just looked at what is happening at the global level, also the natural environment. And then there is the urban context of the built environment where you have buildings and different places, streets, routes, parks, and so on. And people are engaged in different sort of activities, whether it is working, shopping, moving around, or living, playing, and learning. And then within that larger city context is the local economy, where people have earned their incomes. They're engaged in all sorts of works and networks, including innovation. And they have a social capital because they are connected with each other. They have friends, families, and other networks. And at the much smaller level is the people's lifestyle, where what matters most is what you eat, how you do physical activities, and what kind of life-work balance do you have. And then within that, you have the people themselves. And people have their own characteristics based on age, sex, and hereditary factors, and so on. So all these factors affect health and well-being in the urban context. Moving forward, if we know what is the context, then what kind of approach do we need to take to build healthy cities? And so the WHO has found out that there are 9 key strategic approaches, or what we could call them action domains, that are central to building healthy cities. I would like to take you through all these 9 of them in some detail. So the first action domain is to improve city governance, which we just hinted, for health and well-being. Now here, what is important is that to build partnerships for health, improving health, promoting the government's accountability, not only government, but all other partners. And it starts with the city preparing a city health profile, which then leads to an integrated city development plan on health. Also, health should be in all local policies, and the city should learn about city diplomacy, which is basically something like institutions and processes with which the cities engage in relations with actors on international stage, where they represent themselves and their interest and build partnerships. For example, you might have heard sister cities and so on. And so these exchanges help them to learn from other friends, cities, sister cities in different countries, which may have more experiences. The second action domain is to reduce and minimize health inequalities. So first of all, the city need to explain the meaning and the root causes of these inequalities and their negative impact in the society. Some people may be unequal because of their economic status. Some people may be not treated equally because of social norms. So one needs to understand to address the health inequalities. The other is to measure those inequalities, which means that what is the access of different social groups to health services in an urban context. And then to develop a step-by-step plan to address those inequalities. Okay. The third action domain is to promote what is called health in all policies approach. So here the focus is on developing mechanisms and capacity for integrating health and equity considerations in local policy making. So the idea is that we need to provide health services to all and equally. So what we need to do in terms of our own policy making at the city level. The second part of this is to ensure policy coherence. So it's not only the health department of a municipality that is engaged, but the whole city, all the departments, whether they are solid waste management, wastewater management, horticulture, hydrology, or water works departments, public works department, they're all working together and they have policy coherence. And very important is to increase the city's capacity for health impact assessment, which means whatever their policies are, what kind of impact are they having? If you are promoting industry, is it not creating more pollution? Is there any hazardous pollution by the industry? Or are we treating our wastewater properly? So all these things need to be seen through the lens of health in all policies. The fourth action domain relates to community development and empowerment. And so the idea is to create social environments that support health. And here there are many things because community is the city. So first is to promote health literacy. People should know what are the diseases, how they happen, and so on. Promoting community resilience. If there are any disasters or health issues, what should the city do? What should the local community do? We saw some of this during the COVID pandemic. Some communities were able to contain themselves in the very early days, if you remember. And it has, this pandemic has taught us a lot about community resilience. Then promoting social dialogue, participation, and inclusion so that people start to discuss health issues and they are not just left to the government or local government to deal with this health concerns. It's not the health of the government we are talking about. We are focusing on the health of the people. So people need to be at the center of it. Supporting local community-based projects and initiatives. So not just building infrastructure, but also working with communities, getting them involved. Ensuring access to social support for the most needy. So there may be some social groups which do not have access. They don't even know how to access health services. So how do we go and build that last mile support to those people? Encouraging physical activity and active living. This is very important, and it's not only important for the old or the young, it applies to all people. Once a person understands how important is physical activity, I don't think they will sit inactive and just watch television. Other is to create smoke-free physical and social environments. Other is ensuring access to healthy food and sustainable nutrition so that the young people are not having an easy access to sugary foods and drinks, because these days because in the changes of lifestyle and a certain lifestyle that we copy from other societies or countries, we get into all sorts of diabetic problems, especially for the young people, and that is not good. Addressing mental health issues and well-being and reducing stress. So we need not only we need to make a life-work balance so that, but we also focus on our lives. We just don't stress ourselves too much. The next one is to create physical and built environment that are supportive to health and healthy choices. So this deals with the physical sides of things. For example, creating safe and clean neighborhoods. So if we are living somewhere, we need to make sure that the neighborhood is clean. We may organize our own activities to make it greener. Addressing poor sanitation and other sorts of air pollution and noise pollution. These go all with the housing conditions. And as I said earlier, the population of slum dwellers is increasing and they have very poor living conditions. So those need to be improved. Promoting cycling and walking and investing in healthy transport. So transport is a very important factor. It makes us go from one place to the other. So if we do not have cycling paths or walkways, we cannot walk. Even if we have to go a short distance, we may end up using a private or an automobile sort of vehicle, which will generate CO2 emissions. The city also needs to focus on its children and aged citizens. This is very important because otherwise we have just a city for young people who can just move around, but city is all the people. Addressing climate change and minimizing carbon footprint. We had a big discussion on this earlier. Ensuring access to all for green spaces. Green spaces in many cities are rare to come by, and the city planning has to really focus on creating such spaces which support social interaction, and they should have good facilities so that people can go out and relax and be with nature, be with greenery. And this is where the investing in healthy city planning and design becomes very important. The initiative that the government of India started to think towards last September, and we will revisit this towards the end of our discussion. The next action domain is to improve the quality of and access to local health and social services. So this means, how do we improve those services that directly address health issues? So first is ensuring universal health coverage, which means that all people, whether they are high income, middle income, or low income, all of them should have health coverage. The second is to improving the quality of services to address the needs and expectations of diverse community groups. So there may be certain community groups who hesitate to access services. So how do we, support those? Then there are sometimes some cultural barriers. Sometimes some gender groups do not feel comfortable go to certain doctors, like women won't go to visit male doctors and so on. So these kind of barriers we need to remove. We need to have enough women doctors for women. Things like this are very important. Improving coordination between primary healthcare and other public services. So not only we focus on healthcare, but we need to make sure that sanitation, waste collection, wastewater management, these are all in sync, so that one is not simply just giving them vaccines and pills, but their living environment is unclean. So this synergy coordination is very important. The seventh action domain is to consider and plan for all people in the city and prioritize those most in need. So this looks at all the different ages. So a child should have a healthy start in life. They should get all the proteins and nutrition and the vaccines, as you know, ensuring good education for all, especially preschool education, so that women, childbearing women don't have to spend too much for unpaid care work. They can go to work, and there are some preschool support facilities for the children, like nurseries and so on. Addressing ageism and healthy aging, because a lot of people say, oh, I'm old and I just, I don't have to do anything. So for this, there is active aging. The retired people, or those people who are very aged, they can also participate in social activities and keep themselves healthy. The next one is to map out the social landscape in the city to see which parts of the city have the most vulnerable people living, who are the most socially disadvantaged. So you do a little bit of mapping, and there may be some pockets that need to be addressed specifically. The eighth domain is to strengthen local public health services and capacity to deal with health-related emergencies. So here, the idea is to invest in population-based and community-based health promotion. Okay, so this is related to the larger groups of people, which may be low income or economically weaker sections of the society, or for example, obesity in young or in adults. So those sort of things. And also to improve the capacity of local public health services, so that when there are some natural disasters, pandemics, epidemics, they are not overly stressed. We saw that in pandemic around the world, these health services were stressed, and the world lost a lot of people. So this is something that governments need to really focus on, to bring the healthy systems at par with the latest technology and the standards. The last action domain is to plan for urban preparedness, readiness, and response to public health emergencies. So here we need to have inclusive surveillance practices, which means people are part of the surveillance in terms of if somebody gets sick, you have friends, families, relatives, or your neighborhood. So what can we do about that? There are certain practices that we can learn from. Other is to providing information and evidence-based actions so that no one is left behind. So what are those practices that can be learned so that the last person can be served? Understanding and acting on vulnerabilities, whether they are immediate or long-term care. So these are for chronic diseases and so on. Working on community strengthening and response. So again, if the communities are affected by emergencies or disasters, how do we bring them back? How do we strengthen them so that they are better able to respond in the future? Planning for emergency measures. So that goes without saying in this regard, so that everyone in the society, in the city is taken care of. Now let's move to some lessons from experience in Europe. That's where the healthy cities has been implemented for the longest period of time. As I said earlier, it started somewhere in 1986, and European countries have gone through 7 phases. Right now, they have the 7th phase running, which will be until 2025. So from all this work for such a long period of time, about 32 years of, 34 years of work, what are the key lessons that we can learn, especially from a region which is much better off compared to Asia Pacific countries? So these slides that I'm showing you now is the consolidated learning. This is not from one city, but from several cities in multiple countries. So this is what they call the realist synthesis program logic. So how does a healthy cities program run? And it goes across past, present, future. So this kind of diagram does not really change. This is a classic diagram of how to make a city healthy. So there are prerequisites, which include leadership. Then you need vision and strategy to move forward towards the healthy status of a city. There are certain structures and processes. You need certain departments. You need some standard operating procedures that take you, and networks, which will be networks of cities, and then networks of cities in a country or within a state. For example, in India, they are connected with other networks in other states, and overall they are connected beyond the national boundaries. Then all these are supported by activities which include policies, programs, and projects. That is how governments function. Government take the leading role because they are assigned by the constitution to take that role, and then they partner with different groups. So what happens is that first we create caring and supportive environments. That includes our families, friends, as well as the city environment, and also the healthy urban environment and design. So those social and physical environments, that is what we are focusing on, brings us to a healthy living situation. And when we have healthy living situation for all, we have health and health equity for all. So these are the wider determinants: lifestyle and the health impacts. And these are constantly supported by annual reporting in the municipal governments, general evaluation questionnaire, talking with citizens, different sort of case studies, whether they are strategic case studies, how is a strategy working, or how is a thematic work of any health services going, for example, diabetes or cancer or anything else. And what are the proudest achievement cases? What can we learn from good practice, not only ours, but others, and so on. In European case, there is a lot of data mining from Eurostat, which is the European Statistical Organization, as well as the Healthy City Indicators. and then you do document analysis. Maybe people are writing about this, scholars are evaluating things and so on. So this is what is called the realist synthesis program logic, how to run a healthy cities program in a certain place. Now, the healthy cities also found that there are 11 qualities of a healthy city that we should strive to provide. And these are termed as enduring values. Okay, so this is start from the left top as clean, healthy physical environment, access to wide variety of experience and resources, a diverse, vital and innovative city economy, otherwise the city won't be well off to support the services, an ecosystem that is stable. We talked a lot about this, a strong and mutually supportive and non-exploitive community. So communities are supporting each other and they are supporting their own members, high degree of public participation, meeting basic needs, encouragement of connectedness with the past and the cultural and the biological heritage. So people value their environment, their past, their culture, and so on. A city form that is compatible with and enhances the above parameters. So the city should look like a healthy city, and we'll see some examples later. An optimum level of public health and 6 care services accessible to all. So the basic health services should be provided, and high health status and low disease status, so that a city has to constantly maintain. Otherwise, it may fall into a trap. So these are the enduring values. Now let's look at if a city starts to run, how long does it take for it to become some sort of a healthy city where it has been able to really tackle some issues? And Ron Draper says that maybe it takes about 10 years if you start today. Here, there may be a project approval, which means the city government starts, and then it starts to understand what is the health equity profile, the health profile of the city. It starts to develop strategies and actions, and it puts in place structure and processes. This may take 2 to 4 years. It may take lesser if the city is really committed, the city government is really committed. And then there may be healthy public policies in place, and they may need to be changed over time. If you look at the left side, because once you start to have a healthy project, there will be some healthy gains. And these health gains will also help in improving the healthy settings, which means that the city will learn, and that learning will percolate then to healthy public policies. So this is how it becomes like a virtuous cycle once a city starts to take action. Now, looking at a couple of years, this is a study of local policy document, which means city policy documents, which has embedded health equity in them. So look at the different types of policies here. The policies are from health department, education, economic development, planning, and housing, and see what percentage of their policies are focusing on health equity, which means providing healthy services to all. So of course, the health sector policies, they would be very high, about 80–90%. Even the education sector, you see that within 1 or 2 years in Europe, there was a big change towards including health equity in education, which means that children and grown were taught the importance of health in their education. Economic development policy also not so high, but say more than 1/3 also include health-related policies. Planning is a very good example here. More than 60% planning documents focus. Many of us know that city planning came in response to health problem caused by industrial revolution in the late 19th century. but still there is a long way to go, and perhaps we are moving towards that direction. And also in housing. So housing, it focuses on health dimensions, health equity. That means the housing should be well ventilated. It should support people who are differently abled, and so on. Then you start to really have health equity in the city. Here is an example from Belfast city in the United Kingdom, where they have fine-tuned, refined an 8-stage process for health equity in all policies. So it starts from, for example, this 1A at the right bottom, which says equity profile of the city, and 1B, where the World Health Organization provides some guidance on health equity in all policies. And then the Belfast Health City program moves forward. It starts to go to the chief executives, which decide to take action. The government then involves people through participation, and then the people are involved in a steering group which leads the Healthy Cities program or the project. And then it leads to a model for health equity in all policies. Once you have a model for health equity in all policies, then you start to really change the strategy. And then you have a growing community strategy where the health indicators are improving. And then you have the action program, which further improve health. And then you can evaluate those to see how you are doing. So this is an 8-stage process towards that. Now this chart shows another consolidated experience on rating of strategic priorities as part of national networks. So within the national Healthy Cities networks, what kind of strategic policies or priorities are focused? And if you look at this scale, which is from 0 to 9, with 9 being fully integrated, you see all these different parameters on the left, that is the level of integration. So you have sustainability, which is 6 out of 9, which is very good. Policy is much higher than that. Leadership taking, focusing on strategic priorities for health. All of them are above 6 out of 9. Health equity actually is the highest. That means that these cities are caring for all social groups, all income groups in the population. So you can clearly see from these consolidated lessons learned how healthy cities are doing and what they are learning. Okay. Now let's come towards our own region, and let's look at a few examples, because there has been Healthy Cities program in Asia and the Pacific regions. But my research showed that either there is a lack of documentation or perhaps a lack of many achievements, but still many cities are trying different sorts of strategies to improve. And this is what the World Health Organization's different regions look like. So what we were discussing is the light blue, which you see Europe and Russia. And then you have the Pacific, which is in purple. And the green one shows South and Southeast Asia that we are part of here. Now, there was a survey done, although in 2000, but it still has much importance for us, that what people think when they think of a healthy city. Okay, and this is very interesting for us. So the first, they think that a healthy city is a beautiful city. That's the metaphor for them. Second is a clean city. So some of us may think that healthy city should be clean. The other thing that it's a cooperative city. People cooperate with each other, with government, with people, with all sorts of different groups. It's an eco-city, which means that it's an ecological city. It focuses on its ecological system. It grows trees and improves the overall environment. Healthy city, of course, that goes without saying. A friendly city, people said that healthy city should be friendly. If somebody has a problem, then anybody who sees somebody will have problem will lend support. They also thought that a healthy city is like a model city. Everybody should try to learn or try to emulate, replicate, and so on. They also thought that it's a planned city. Without planning, there will not be a very healthy city, because as I said just now, whole planning of the city came in response to various challenges. And sustainable city. So all these dimensions that you see, and there are many more, I'm sure you can come up with different new ones. For example, walkable city. Yeah, these days there's a talk about green city. Yeah, and livable city. These are some of the new smart cities, smart green cities, innovative cities, creative cities. There are so many metaphors. So now let me take you to the Republic of Korea, where the Wonju city implemented the Healthy Cities program. And this table on the right side shows the historical development starting from 2004 and how this city joined the Alliance for Healthy Cities. They had a Healthy City Declaration, which means that this is what we are going to do. So the political leadership makes a commitment. They became part of the Korea Healthy Cities Partnership, and they started to put in place the Healthy City Advisory Committee, so which will start to steer the healthy city or provide advice to the city. They created a first 5-year plan in this direction, and they developed a 10-year vision, Vision 2020. And they also organized the 7th Global Conference of the Alliance for Healthy Cities. So this shows that how and what kind of things a city can do in terms of its own approach to the city, healthy city dimension. But let's see what actually they did. And some of the projects they did are, you will see that they cover all the different approaches that we talked earlier. For example, they opened a sports and medicine center where they do physical checkup, they prescribe what kind of exercise you should do, and they provide health education. They created an environment-friendly streamside park. They constructed a small flood control dam, and they provided different themed spaces so that people can go and be physically active. They created a culture street project. Who would think that, somebody would do a culture and health together? But as one of the approaches shows, that this goes a long way. Installation of fountains, land purchased for performance spaces in parks or in other places so that people can come together, building purchased for exhibitions and so on. Of course, climate change response education, that goes without saying. And as I said, walkable city, so safe road for both drivers as well as pedestrians, changing the traffic to one-way so that it can move faster and removes traffic congestion. So there are so many such examples. In the Shenzhen city in China, they improved a river called Futian River. So it was very polluted. and they made some investment to regenerate so that it looks a better place to go, where people can walk, they can cycle. And in this map, you can see on the right side, this Futian River going from north to south, and then it falls into the Shenzhen River that you see. Shenzhen River is the river that makes the boundary between Shenzhen and Hong Kong, which you see here. So even an improvement of a canal in your neighborhood or your part of the city could contribute to improving your cities and the people's health. In Thailand, a universal health coverage program was started. It was called 30 baht. Baht is the Thai currency, and it is roughly about $1. So you can say that, you know, just by going to the hospital, low-income groups could just pay 30 baht, which would be about 75 rupees in India, and they could get any support from the national government. They would have full coverage of health services. So the idea was to ensure 68% of Thai population which did not have universal health coverage, because about 32% people were working, or they had other insurance. So the idea was to cover 48 million people out of 69 million. But experience has shown that only 40% of the population has accessed this, which means that the other 60% have some other way of improving their health. The other way is to the employees in the civil services, they have their own medical benefit schemes. So this way, Thailand has been able to provide good, healthy health services to its citizens. Okay, so this universal health coverage is very important for low-income groups. Now let's come back where we started from, the healthy cities in India. What is happening? What are some of the, what is the literature talking about? So first of all, similar to the Thai example, universal health coverage, Government of India started in 2018 the scheme called Ayushman Bharat. Okay, so this is to provide secondary and tertiary care, including hospitalization, and it is to support about 10 crore poor and vulnerable families, and with an average family size of 4 to 5. This scheme is now supporting about 50 crore people. And the idea is that per family would receive about 5 lakh rupees. Now, compared to Thailand, this may not be that big, because Thailand itself is a middle income economy. We are still, we are in a lower middle income group, globally speaking. But this is an important step to make not only healthy cities, but a healthy country. I also found some spatial analysis as we geographers and planners look at it. This is some work done by Thapar and Rao, and it talks about the location of parks within the core city area. So the dark areas that you see are parks, and so we can see what sort of areas which have parks and not. And then they looked at people, that area which is in reasonable walking distance from these parks. So just by doing this kind of simple analysis, which is directly related to building a healthy city, you can clearly see those areas which have very little access or distant access, not close access. And close access is important for children and aged people, because they are the ones who access either playgrounds or green spaces to sit with their friends and talk. So this kind of work can be done more and more and support cities to build healthy cities. Also, you might have, I'm sure you know that Indore has been ranked the cleanest city in India, and for 5 times in 5 consecutive years. And so why is that? Okay. So if you go and start to understand why it is the cleanest, so it's definitely doing something to improve health, correct? So first, there is, of course, a commitment of the city government to make sure it is clean. It has partnerships with the private sector and communities so that everybody is involved in making the place clean. Proper implementation of urban services, especially street cleaning, waste collection, as you see in this picture. And also, slogans like "I love Indore," so that kind of generates some self-respect and pride for your city. And good monitoring system to see which places are clean, which are not clean, and follow up and take the relevant measures to see that things are happening properly. And most importantly, which many people may not know, that there is a Healthy Cities project running there, okay? And perhaps it is the only city where there is a Healthy Cities project running. And no wonder they top the list. So let's see what is happening there. Now, there is an international project called Building Healthy Cities. It's a learning project, so it's basically some sort of an experiment. And it is being implemented in 3 cities in 3 different countries: Indore, Makassar in Indonesia, and Da Nang in Vietnam. It's a 5-year project coming towards an end, funded by US Agency for International Development and being implemented by national and international partners. Of course, goes without saying that it is the local government also involved. Here they say that there are some 3 certain hypotheses that which you see in these square boxes. The green box says accountability and enforcement. So if you do not have this, you won't have a healthy city. Second is the blue box, square box, which says improved data. And so if you do not have proper data, proper monitoring, there would not be a healthy city. And third one is community engagement. Without community engagement, certainly there will not be a healthy city. So this is what is happening, and you can go to these sites and gain more information and progress. Similarly, there is also a working map, and within this, there are certain types of dimensions of the healthy city, which are shown here in the legend. So there is a healthy city core, which you see in the red. What is happening in leadership, governance, and financing? What sort of information systems are running? How is community infrastructure and education? How is essential service delivery? And so on. And they have highlighted certain circles with the rings, which are the key problems that keep coming. And so there are some lessons being learned from this project, which could be useful for the rest of the country. Now that brings us back to the idea of creating 500 healthy cities in India. And since there was this announcement in last September, in September 2021, and this will of course have linkages with the other programs that Government of India has been supporting, like Smart Cities, Amrut, and so on. So the Government of India has really, as it says here, that the country witnessed massive shortage of health infrastructure during first and second wave of the pandemic. And so there is a realization at a very high level of the government that something needs to be done. Okay, so we will see more and more action, I think, in this direction. So with all that, with a trip around the world, let's recap what are healthy cities so that we can take home some messages. And here, the most important thing is to know that healthy city is defined by a process, not an outcome. Because every time there is a status of health in a city, it is just lasting for that very moment, because anytime somebody may get sick or anything. So the city, healthy city has to be seen as a process. And it is not that which has achieved a certain health status, but it is a city which has a process to improve its health and keep it in a very good condition all the time. So in other words, it is conscious of health and is doing its best to improve it. Okay? So therefore, any city can be a healthy city, regardless of its. The moment a city or its government and its people start to think in this direction, they have taken the first step to make that city healthy. Also, the requirements are a commitment to health and a process and structure to achieve it. And we have seen what are the different approaches, what kind of structures that we need, and the processes that we need to follow, the logic of the Healthy Cities program. So healthy city, in other words, is that which is continually creating and improving its physical and social environment, coming back to the theme of our conference, and it's expanding the community resources, okay, so that people are enabled to support each other in performing various functions of life and developing to their maximum potential, so that we don't lose time by being sick, or which affects our family, friends, and so on, also our incomes and savings. So it is in everybody's interest to follow healthy lifestyle and collectively to work towards a healthy city. So with that, I thank you all for your kind attention, and I hope that you found this interesting and helpful, and we can, if there is some little bit of time or questions, we can focus on those. So thank you again for having me, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this enlightening lecture. So I would like to request Ankita to take the questions. There are a few questions in the chat box.
Yes, there are many questions.
Yes.
A lot of curiosity has been shown over the chat box. So I would request to please answer some of the questions that has been burgeoning onto the chat sessions. Can you please, sir, give us a glance on, with the growing demand of luxury housing, we see geographical expansion of cities leading to green cover loss. These projects do promise green space but do not abide by. So where is our governance heading, and how are we going to achieve healthy city approach in India? This question has been probed by Anuradha.
Okay, thank you, Ankita. I will take these questions as they have arrived. I have the access to chat.
Sure, sir, sure.
Okay, so I'll save you some trouble. The first one is, sir, how colonial unplanned cities can become a healthy city? Okay, as you saw, that healthy city is an approach. Okay, so of course, physical dimension, the layout of the city, the roads and the buildings, they are part of the city and they have their own meaning. But the approach that you saw, the 9 approaches, the physical dimension is only one. And if you are really willing, if a city is really willing, it can change the city, it can regenerate, it can demolish the old buildings. If they find that there are certain areas which are just breeding ground of unhealthy conditions, they can be changed. There are all sorts of provisions in urban planning. So I hope that clarifies. Second is question from Ankita herself. How can the healthy literacy will help to come up front for the areas that are totally benighted? Okay, health literacy is very important. You know, when I was studying in the school and I did my schooling in India, we used to learn about in the 9th and 10th standard names of diseases which we had never seen. I'm sure you remember yourself. Complicated, many syllable words which were difficult to pronounce. But nobody would tell us why cancer happens. Nobody would tell us why there is diabetes. And I'm quite sure whenever I go to India, I try to look for those 9th, 10th standard books to see whether we have been teaching our children what are the basic diseases, how cough happens, how people get cold. You never find this information. Why do not we teach about this? Why this is left for the children to find out on the street? If we taught this, this is the basic health education, basic health. You know, when we say literacy means that a person is able to write, correct? When we say numeracy, which means a person is able to add, subtract, divide, do some basic math calculation. But if we do not have health literacy, then we will keep on falling into all sorts of unhealthy traps. Okay, Rajiv again comes. Another point is that how to sustain these healthy systems in terms of climate change and vulnerability. Yes, climate change and related vulnerabilities are of a global dimension, especially as you say, coastal cities. And I live in a coastal city called Bangkok. The Indonesian capital, Jakarta, which is already sinking, they have decided to move the city. Having said that, not all cities can be moved. There is a lot of infrastructure investment has been made. So at this, okay, let me just take one step back. Climate change, when I worked in the UN, we used to say that climate change has to be mainstreamed. The word is mainstreamed in national policy and integrated, underline the word integrated, in city plans. So if you do not make green infrastructure, if you do not plant more trees, if you do not clean rivers properly, if you do not collect your waste and dispose it properly, you are going to have more climate change. So the cities are at the very center of fighting climate change and vulnerability. So the city should not be a passive actor that, oh, you know, somebody should take care of it. Cities are where the action is. Cities are where the GDP grows in a country, and they should be in a driving seat. Joita Samanta says, how can local people be involved in making cities healthier? Most importantly, how can the young generation contribute to this idea? Okay, very good question. First, start with yourself. Make sure you do not use extra electricity, extra water. Make sure that you plant a tree in your neighborhood, not just one, but maybe every month you plant one. Make sure your friend also plant one. In the Philippines, which is in East Asia, there is a provision by the national government, like the UGC there, the UGC of Philippines, that if the students who have to graduate their BA, they have to pass their BA, they have to show they have planted trees. If they cannot demonstrate that, they will not get the degree. Why cannot we have this in our own country? So this is one. They can teach others about other people about health education, or they can improve. They can improve. They can engage in what you call innovation projects. Now the government of India is spending so much money to startups. There are so many opportunities that we need some green startups. Okay. So there is a lot. I mean, from simply planting trees to just switching off your lights and the water tap, make your neighborhood clean. There is plenty. Okay, Ankita says, another thing, sir. I want to know that our national capital is constituting with governance in it, but it also has a place which is not healthy to live. Can you please glance on it? Yes, as I said, the city is not equal. There are high income areas, middle income areas. There are areas that are very slum-like conditions. When I did my master's degree at JNU, we did a socioeconomic survey in a slum, and I had a first-hand experience of going into slums and talking to people and the kind of living conditions they were in. So these realities of a physical dimension of the city is historically created, but as I said, through planning and investment, you can change it. Of course, we need a lot of investment to do that. And another dimension is that people need to be involved. In many of these slum areas, people do not want to improve their own condition for all sorts of reasons. We don't have time to go into that, but crime is there, drugs are there, and there are some other things. And in some slum areas, the slum is a place of economic activity, like Dharavi in Mumbai is where people have their own economic activity. They do small informal economic activities. If you move them into buildings, they will not be able to do that. And that's why they keep resisting improving of their slum. How the climate change is impacting on healthy cities. Okay, so what happens is that either you have more rain or you have more higher temperatures. Okay, so with higher temperatures, there will be growth of more pathogens, especially from waste and wastewater and so on. And if you have more pathogens and vectors, they will multiply faster. That's why you go to cold country, there are no mosquitoes, but you come to tropical area, you have mosquitoes and dengue. So those are very simple. If you have more flooding, flooding will generate breeding grounds for mosquitoes, and then you have more problems. These things are very well researched, and we really have a big problem on our hands. Ankita again says, a recent report by National Health Authority notes that average weekly claims under the scheme have dipped by 51% during the lockdown period. Can you please put a light? Okay, yeah, there may be people afraid of going to the hospitals. That is one, because in COVID time, if you have a minor health disease, you may like to put off its treatment to a longer period. Last year, my mother was in the hospital. I had to be in India. She had cancer, and the doctor said, please, you better stay home and take your mother home, unless she will get COVID. So I had to bring her out of the hospital. And so I'm sure that a lot of people, especially who find it difficult to access the 5 lakh financial support, they may find it difficult in times of COVID to access this. And not only the poor accessing health services, poor accessing educational services has fallen. There is a digital divide. Children of low-income people who do not have smart tablets and so on, they have not been able to access education. So poverty is a problem that permeates all sorts of development dimensions. Okay, coming to Anuradha, with growing demand of luxury housing, we see geographical expansion of cities leading to green cover walls. Okay. These projects do promise green space, but do not abide by it. So where is our governance heading, and how we are going to achieve healthy city approach in India? Yes, this is a very, very good question. My PhD student from Malaysia, his name was Rostam, and he developed a model in his PhD to understand green neighborhoods. Because there is a talk about green buildings, But now the real estate sector has been calling what they develop as green neighborhood, the gated communities, but there is no analysis of how green these things are. So my student developed a model called POEM, Post-Occupancy Evaluation Model of Green Neighborhood. So what he did was he took the advertisement of the green neighborhood and say, okay, you will do this green, there will be energy like this, electricity like this, wastewater collection, management, treatment, trees, cleaning, so on and so forth. And then he went to 3 neighborhoods in Kuala Lumpur after they have been settled for 1 year. And he went and spoke to different people who were living in this neighborhood after 1 year. And what he found was that, yeah, there was more greenery, there was better cleaning, but people were still using a lot of electricity. Okay, so yes, there is, and you point towards the loss of, I think what you are trying to convey is the loss of the agricultural land, which is a very important factor. Urban planning, many a times these days, until now, I can say that, in many places does not regard agricultural land for its value. Normally, what we see when we compare agricultural land with other economic activities, we see that agriculture produces very little GDP, or its factor productivity, which means investment and benefit profit ratio is very small compared to that in industry. So agricultural land is being valued less, and therefore it is acquired and converted into urban landscape, which leads to the loss of not only green area, but to me, millions and millions of years of soil formation. Okay, so right now there are a lot of discussions around the world which are saying that if there is a land is an agricultural land, it should not be urbanized. And I think this is what is going to become more and more important. So keep track of this. And if you can work on this, Anuradha, I will really encourage you to do that. Okay. So with that, I think I have reached the bottom of these questions. If there is any other question, I'll be very happy to respond. And if not, I thank you again for this wonderful opportunity to interact with all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing every questions that are possible. And I hope everyone got their answer.
Ankita, I have a question, little bit.
Yes, sure, sir. Please.
Dr. Daya, very nice to listen to your lecture. Now, Calcutta city is known as City of Joy. Can you classify the City of Joy with any of these cities that you mentioned?
Yes, I mean, that's
City of
what...
Joy is fine, but otherwise, you know, does it fall in any category of city, as you mentioned, a healthy city or clean city or anything?
Oh, Sanjeev ji, that those are the metaphors given by different people. So the people from Calcutta, the residents, people who have been born, brought up there, or who live there, they can think that healthy city is a healthy city of joy. Why not? I mean, Bangalore says that it's a garden city, correct? And there are cities where, like, for example, I studied in England in a small city called Cambridge, and they call it a cycling city. So if you go to Cambridge,
there is another city, the cycle city is a little bit, that is called in Davis in California.
Yes, yes.
University
So there are so many
Davis.
places. That's right.
There are lanes for biking only.
Yes, absolutely.
But
So,
that's not, I'm asking about what is the role of, say, politicians and governance to have clean city or all this? Don't you think that politics plays a big role in planning a city or having a good city or healthy city?
Politics plays every role in everything, Sanjeev ji. But what we need is not politics, but we need good politics. Okay, I'm a student of politics and governance from my undergrad days.
But the term good politics is a relative one. To the
Good
politicians
politics.
here, they say they're always doing the good politics. So what
Yeah.
is the standard of goodness or whatever? Good politics.
The good politics is that leads to good results. I don't think you can measure
Yes.
anything which leads to good results. So, for example, China, which is a socialist country, it followed an economic model which is based on American model. And what you see now is that country has developed a lot. So they could have said, oh, we don't like this way of doing things, but they did it. Yeah. And they became much richer, much faster than India is doing.
Yes,
So,
because they're disciplined, so.
No, they are, I mean,
I think, sir, this argument will go on.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, you are right, Arunji, this argument will go on.
Yes,
So,
yes.
And it's
so I think one point we can add for the case of City of Joy of Calcutta or Kolkata. I think it is mostly in the friction writing, or it is in your mental stage.
Right.
But we don't find anything on the ground level, on the spatial level. That is the only difficulty with us to consider it. But I think Professor Dahya, one case we can missing, that is the case of Chandigarh. Each and every sector has a special area where you can have a exercise, that is exercising zone. So I think that may be one of why we have not taken that criteria in further developing the new towns of India when we took after the 50s, when Durgapur or Bhilai or Bokaro, or even to some extent the old cities and new cities were added to it, like Bhubaneswar. Even in these cities, we have not taken that concept, though that concept was working very nicely in Chandigarh. And I think if you apparently visit Chandigarh, you will find that most of the people looks healthy. I don't have the much data of the disease pattern in Chandigarh, or I don't know any other agencies which have collected these data. But yes, I think the area which you have dwelt today is alarming. And I'm very happy that you have come here and talked to us. In fact, Anu Rai was telling me that I should contact you. You want to become a member of the Foundation of Practicing Geographer. Yes, I will come to you very soon. We are having little problem with our publication because the University Grant Commission has delisted our journal, which we were running for the last 26 years. I don't know. They have only given a reason that it is low score. Where is the low score? You have given me 10 point. We have covered the 10 point. But again, it is a very superlative decision which you have taken. So I will come to you very soon. And I'm very happy that you have come. You have delivered today. Very nice. We should take into consideration. But again, there are so much questions of smart cities, then again, healthy cities, and another green cities. Lot of models are coming, which is confusing the whole, what you can say, the people of this country. Which model we have to go, which we have to follow the Western model, we have to follow our own model if we are having any. So it is a big debate. I think this debate has to subside at one level, and we have to be choosing that way scientifically and also sustainability, so that our urban center becomes healthy and living models.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Thank you, Arunji. I think somebody's microphone is on. So, Arunji, just I would like to say a couple of things. First is about city planning. Yeah. And what you have rightly pointed out. In India, we have not come up with our own models. And I think that is a very important thing. Now, Chandigarh is a planned city. It was planned by Le Corbusier.
Yes,
on the request of the then Prime Minister to have a new capital city of Punjab, which was fell into Pakistan at that time. And so it's a very planned city. I have been there. It's a beautiful city. And before Indore, it used to be the cleanest city in India. Unfortunately, the planning system in our country has not learned much from it. They have been following some other models. And since you are recording it, I will stay away from that debate. The second thing I would like to say is that I feel that the citizens of India really do not take much interest in governance. They think that it is the job of the politician, and the entire middle class is just wary of going towards politics. So as a result, what happens is that it leaves a vacuum for people who have different standards and different outlook to life, and they go and occupy that space. And I would suggest, and I did this, I did my PhD on, one of the dimensions of my PhD was how middle class approaches governance. What I found is that they are hardly interested. But they are a very important income group who have the knowledge and the understanding of what is happening in the country. They are not poor because the poor are busy earning their livelihoods, and the rich are busy earning, running their businesses. So it is the middle income group which has a lot of responsibility to hold their local governments accountable. And the day this happens, you will see better living environments, you will see better politics. As a scholar said, a country has a government that it deserves. So what we have is what we deserve, because that's our collective political consciousness that has taken us to that. So with those words, I would conclude my discussion today. And I hope that this helps you to reflect on what are our responsibilities as citizens. Because if a citizen is educated, if a citizen is conscious, and if that citizen is not taking any civic action, even which is to clean their neighborhood or plant a tree or to involve in the local planning issues, then that citizen is falling back from their civic responsibility. This is in the West, so much has been achieved in terms of healthy city. It is only because people have actively participated. They do not say, oh, this is the government's job. And I see this problem everywhere. But the way, wherever you see better governments, you see there are people who make their politics accountable to what they promise. And so what we learn, actually, we need to implement. And the middle class people, they have to lead the civic action, whether it is to just go and talk to your representative, whether you go and create your own resident welfare association, and so on. I mean, whatever you do, try to contribute your time to the life of your neighborhood, of your bigger part of your city, or a larger region, or for that matter, your state and the country. If we do not contribute our time and knowledge, I mean, who is going to do this? What is government? I've worked with so many governments, and I found that governments are a bunch of BA pass clerks anywhere in the world. I mean, what's the qualification for civil services? It is BA. So if the people who are educated more than BA, they have a higher civic responsibility to contribute to the betterment of our lives. So with that, I thank you once again, and it'll be good to interact with you in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing all the session very beautifully. Now, I would like to address the whole session to Dr. Anu Rai. Kindly continue with the session, please.
First of all, thank you very much, sir. I would just like to add two more points here without wasting any time. Our next topic would be delivered by Dr. Bikramantri K. Chaudhary, and the topic of his deliberation is political ecology of disease and health. I think your conversation has set the perfect platform to Dr. Chaudhary to proceed further. So thank you very much for that. And here I would request our chairperson, Professor Sanjeev Ghosh, sir, to kindly conclude the session and present an e-memento to our keynote speakers. Sanjeev Ghosh, sir, it's
Yeah,
to you, sir.
thank you, Anu.
Very short conclusion, sir.
It's a pleasure for me to chair the session where speaker like Dr. Professor Bharat Dahiya talks so much and we learned so much, and hopefully the city of joy could be converted into city of something he mentioned in future. I don't know. It all depends on obviously that next talk probably politicians. Now you mentioned about the qualification. I think only qualification is. So hopefully, the city of joy hopefully could be, city of something, as you mentioned, if we do something, as you mentioned. So all of us should try something, as Professor Dahiya suggested, on our own, so that without the help of politicians, without the help of, the government, we can do something. All people around can do something to make us, make our city and a better living. So with this, I conclude the session, and I hope that every students and participants got a lot of, information and ideas from your lecture, and hopefully they can, connect you if they need in future. Thank you very much, Dr. Dahiya.
Sir, here we have a short token of appreciation as an e-memento. We will courier it after our conference, sir, but accept this e-memento from our side.
Okay.
Rupesh, can we have, yeah. Thank you very much,
Mr.
sir.
Dahiya,
And
this is the guest of honor, Professor Bharat Dahiya, International E-Conference. Please accept it from our Department of Geography,
Yes,
School of
thank
Applied
you.
and Basic Science.
Thank
Yes.
you so much for this honor. Thank you.
Okay.
sir, I will take another 1 minute with all of you. I would request Professor Mamta Desai, Vice President, Foundation of Practicing Geographer, Professor Bharat Dahiya, sir, Professor D.K. Nayak, sir, Professor Piyal Bashu Roy, Professor Malik Akram Hussain, sir, Professor Shahidul Islam, sir, Professor Mujibur Rahman, and Dr. Arun Kumar Singh, sir, to be with us and, sir, kindly release our abstract e-proceedings.
Okay.
So,
Sure.
sir, I'm just sharing the screen at this moment.
Okay.
Just let me
Anu,
know let me know,
Anu,
sir, if it is visible or not, sir.
it's not visual, Anu. One thing you can do, you can put it
Yes,
in my
sir.
mail. Put it in my
Mhm.
mail. I get a printout.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
That will be better.
So my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes, it's visible.
So within the next hour, you all will receive this. I was just waiting to release this.
But your screen is just, now it shows me.
Is it visible to others? Can someone confirm, please?
No,
No, not visible.
Not visible.
Okay, sir. Just again technical glitch, sir.
You can try again in the afternoon.
Okay. So it's not visible, but it's showing me it's visible.
Where it is showing visible? Nobody is saying.
No, it was visible for some time, for brief few.
No, it's not
Okay,
visible. Oh no.
It is coming.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, yes.
Yes, now it is visible.
Yes, very good.
So this is just a
This looks very good, Dr. Anu.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all of you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. And with this word, now I'm stopping sharing my screen.
It's good to
And
see.
we will move forward to our next session. I would
Good to see-
request our next.
Good to see
So now
Professor
I would request
Vikramaditya.
our host to. Yes, sir.
Good to listen to you, Professor Bharat.
Thank you, Vikram.
It has been become that we are only meeting virtually in this wake of pandemic.
Yes, yes.
How is your mom now? Hope now she is better.
No, she passed away. Because of
Oh, I'm so sorry. My condolences, Bharat. This.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry to hear it.
Yeah, cancer was already in very advanced
No,
stage.
that I know, but I hope we were hoping.
Yeah, we hoped, and I spent several months with
Yeah,
her.
you were here.
Yeah.
Really, please accept my condolences. I know the parents
Thank you.
Parents on bed.
Okay, let me not stand between you and Professor Vikramaditya Chaudhary. I'm sure you will enjoy his wonderful talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request our host for technical session 1 to start the session.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to this technical session 1. I, Joyita Shamanto, with my co-host Somudra Roy, student of Department of Geography, Atmos University, will be hosting this session on the topic disease, ecology, and socio-cultural dimensions of health.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kasturi Mukherjee and Dr. Supratim Karmakar to chair the session. Dr. Mukherjee, head of the Department of Geography at Atmos University, her research interest is focused on the analysis in microenvironmental changes and its impact on health. Dr. Karmakar is an assistant professor, Department of Geography at Atmos University. His research interest is focused on the social and cultural dimensions of health and social pathology. I will now request them to chair this session.
With this, now I cordially invite our keynote lecturer, Dr. Vikramaditya K. Chaudhary, to deliver a lecture on political ecology of disease and health. Dr. Vikramaditya K. Chaudhary is presently Assistant Professor, Center for the Study of Regional Development, School of Social Sciences, JNU. He has been core part of books like Ecology of Tuberculosis in India, The City, Space and Politics in the Global South. He has various publications in journals like Journal Global Resources, Journal of Water, Sanitation and Hygiene for Development, National Geographical Journal of India. He has been awarded with Distinguished Service Award, Regional Development and Planning Specialty Group of American Association of Geographers, Endeavour Executive Fellowship at Western Sydney University, Australia, Emerging Scholar Award, Regional Development and Planning Specialty Group of AAG. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm sure that half of the participants must be tired after listening to different speakers since morning. But I will try to bring some of the aspects which have been discussed in the previous session, and definitely the discussion which followed involving Professor Arun Kumar Singh in terms of what the politics does in terms of health and disease. And that's what definitely I'm sure that some of the answers it might come. Can I get can I share the PPT if that's it, because it's yeah, now I can. So I believe now it is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So that's let me first offer my gratitude to the Atmos University, especially to Dr. Anu Rai. And later on, I saw that I'm not sure how did she get my contact that she has contacted me, but thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk to scholars and also share some of my ideas, which maybe a part of the discussion or maybe contributing to your ongoing, say, thinking process in terms of dealing with the health in a contemporary time, especially in the aftermath of COVID. I'm sure that there are colleagues from Anthropological Survey of India, and I saw my old friend Umesh ji name in the participant list, and also he is partnering with this forum of geographers. So it's good to see the old friends getting connected tangentially with all the contribution from say Atmos University. So thank you for giving me the chance to share my thought. I will share some of the broader ideas and then will come to the specific one particular disease I will take to explain it, the broader context, that how disease and health is more, or I would say equally political as much as epidemiological or medical. So that's the basic idea that I'm trying to bring to the discussion. And it's difficult sometimes to actually think in that manner. And that is one of the reasons that took a long time to even deal with the pandemics, because usually when we start, we think that disease will be taken care of with the prescriptions which medical science or epidemiologists or other experts give. However, the public health and the not doing public health or not engaging with public health is equally important. How we engage, and especially when we live in India, we know that as many people die because of lack of health infrastructure in the country, as many as died with the severity of disease. And definitely one of the questions which I was hearing, that lack of even the insurance which are taken, but people are not able to claim it because health infrastructure is so overburdened with COVID that we are not able to even treat the terminal diseases and other serious diseases, including that of cardiac patients and the cancers. So that we will be definitely getting to know the actual outcome maybe 10 years later, because currently we are all in our own space defending or condemning the process. The real assessment is somewhere in between, and we will get to it maybe, I believe, at least 10 years later. Then we will be able to assess that what we lost in these 2 years of COVID pandemic. Why we have it, let me come to the broader context, and I will try to connect it basic before I go to tuberculosis, which is the core area that I work. Okay, so we know that 2010, when World Health Day was celebrated, it was dedicated to urbanization and health, and that's why there were a lot of debate about the healthy city. So I will not get into that kind of that why it was prioritized. But what I say that there is a shift in the broader element of human existence, and that is production, consumption, and organization. If we think that we can deal health beyond this or outside this, probably we will continue to have pandemic once in a century for sure. Because ultimately we have to deal with, and it also deal with the other aspect, which has become something kind of Leviathan, like climate change, where everything and anything get quantified as an outcome of climate change. And I would say this is not only naive, but also sometimes I would say overreach or oversimplification, because the idea of climate change would be something more seriously need to be engaged. Then coming to the individual and an individual contribution in doing and not doing, kind of a school textbook prescription or extracurricular activities of the schools. Because it doesn't matter that how many millions or lakhs of people in India plant a tree. If one Joe Bezos or this another gentleman Tesla owner goes for a joyride in a space, he will consume entire energy that you have saved by planting a tree or anything, or the emission that he or she will generate. So somewhere we need to engage with the structure of production, consumption, and organization. So how the economy is organized, what kind of consumption regimes are encouraged or discouraged, and what is the production process that we are dealing with. Because that's something we will deal with the health, and that's why we call it a political ecology, where ultimately it will come. So what I see it that the health issues has to be seen in an four kind of consequences that we have to actually see as an outcome. One is a consequence of affluence. So with the affluence, there are diseases of affluence. There are now the disease, even the people who have less mobility because of having multiple. It's not that whether there is a cycling is encouraged in a city or not. It's a question that if the cyclists are safe in the city, like the kind of accidents that we see, high speeding roads. So on one count, we want to have barrier-free road transport network where you have the express corridor even within the city, so that rich and wealthy can reach to their places within minutes. And then morning or evening, those who are the cyclists either fall victim to the accident or the pedestrian get victim to the accident. So do we consider it is an outcome of affluence or not? It is an open argument. And that's why I would say it's a political issue and not a non-political issue. Another thing which I see that we need to understand or engage ourselves is a consequence of effluence. So all that is emission, right from solid, liquid, and gases which gets into our system, especially when we were working on water and sanitation. One of the paper that was discussed, where I was dealing with the wastewater system and the wastewater quantum of wastewater that is generated in different cities, which ultimately flows to our, say, what we call is aquifers and surface water system. Definitely the kind of diseases that people are suffering, especially in the Eastern India, because the surface water is polluted, first strata water is polluted, and the groundwater of second strata is already polluted with the arsenic or other contamination. I'm not getting into that, but somewhere it is a consequence of effluences, that industrial effluence, and definitely the domestic effluence gets more blamed. But we do need the courage and political will to actually deal with the industrialists who are polluting our entire water resources. Whether we take example of, say, PepsiCo or the Coca-Cola in Kerala, or the entire pollution of Ganga and Yamuna, which is definitely remains at the level of rhetoric rather than substance when we deal with. Consequence of emission, there was a question definitely again, which were dealing with the pollution in Delhi. I will not get into that, but we know what it does to us in terms of our health, our everyday health from the kids. So the schools gets closed effectively for more than 2 to 3 weeks every winter because of these emissions. And say the kind of emission and pollution that Delhi it gets noticed. But if you look at the smaller towns like Kanpur, Unnao, Bhadohi, nobody even bothers. Kids die of the bronchitis and asthma and all kind of the what we call is a diseases, but we do not even know about it, that it is happening in our own country. And I'm not saying India is not a specific case. It's a global issue, whether it is a health or emission or influence. It's a global issue that we need to understand. And then the another aspect which health get affected is a consequence of migration. So migration of human as well as migration of pathogen, when they cross over to different ecological setup, and when people cross over to alternate ecology compared to what they were living in, their propensity to adopt and their capability to adopt both get challenged and get modified. So that's how we get impact. Global South, if we look at specifically out of all these issues that I have dealt with, issue of water, contamination, adulteration, contamination and access I have dealt with, but adulteration, if you look at food and food item, and including the liquor, we hear now and then that in the so many number of people died because of spurious liquor, and we might blame the individual who consumed the liquor, or we can brand him or her and then go in an what we call is a theory of victim blaming. But the fact is that we allow such practices, whether it is the food or additional items, to remain contaminated, whether it is the question of milk, whether it is a question of fruit, what are the kind of chemicals that are being consumed. And Dr. Bharat was talking about cancer and our unknowing. It's not unknown. We know that it's a toxicity which is actually introduced through the pesticide and fertilizer excess use or overuse in the, I would not say greed, but definitely in the want of increasing production and then or achieving food security. Adulteration remains a big issue, especially in global south. Global north, adulteration is dealt with really strict. In our country, adulteration is, it's something that it's celebrated, especially if it is under the garb of certain kind of ideology which a state might protect at one of time. But it's a issue which we need to understand. And then last is outbreak of different kind of virus, bacteria, vector-borne communicable diseases, where it comes the dual burden of disease. It's a one side we have the cardiological issues and diabetic issues or endocrine issues, but on the other, it's also dengue or meningitis or different kind of fevers or other kind of diarrhea, which especially Indian population and South Asian population continue to suffer despite having it. Why such a situation prevail? And the answer that I would say, one is that determinant of health and disease lie outside the realm of direct medical competency. It's not that's why I have discussed the issues which are outside medical competency. People have worked over it, but somehow still it's specifically in India, we are very poor in accepting the role of public health. I mean, even during the pandemic, when I attended one or few of these what we call is television shows or the discussion program, I argued that let us bring public health experts to deal with the pandemic, because it is not possible for the medical expertise to deal with it because there is no medicine, no treatment available. There is no treatment available. So how do you deal with it? The doctors are as ill-equipped as any citizen is ill-equipped, or the political system or economic system is ill-equipped. They do not. Everybody is trying to engage in a dark until that vaccine comes, and definitely we know the debate around the vaccine. But what is important is our reluctance of engaging public health experts in dealing with the pandemic, specifically those who understands the changes, how one can go into that. So that's the one thing that we have to understand, that determinants of health and disease lie outside the realm of direct medical competency. Life expectancy is shorter and disease are more common than social ladder in every society. When we look at, I will just share one of the statistics with different countries, whether Sierra Leone and Japan remains on two extreme. We have, again, people have worked on it, and definitely the stressful circumstances which comes up, that anxiety or the worry or unable to cope up becomes detrimental to health that we see. I'm not going into the literature, but I'm only saying that there is enough work has been done. It's only that our denial to consider these works worth considering and dealing with the kind of health scenario that we live in. So I'm not getting into that, but definitely I have just thought to list up that there are people who have worked on different aspects of outside medical, say, expertise, trying to engage with those aspects where, and not now, even 1968, 77, 88, I'm talking about the political issue, where people have held states accountable. Like one of the case here is the case of Trusen's work on malaria in Tanzania. And what he said that it was because of the shift in the cropping pattern. Like when this plantation cultivation started in Tanzania, there was a sudden increase in malaria. Similar thing which we are seeing, that the rise of malaria in Rajasthan and Haryana, which are the drier states. One can understand malaria in Odisha, but rise of malaria in Haryana, Punjab, and Rajasthan is because of the paddy cultivation, which was encouraged owing to the demand or the desire of the country or the decision of the political class to earn dollars by exporting basmati rice. There are tangential consequences. These are definitely the political decisions. They are not climatic change. So, and political decisions also contribute to climate change, I would say. So when we simple argument, when I hear that malaria in Rajasthan is because there is a climate change, and see, malaria was in Odisha, now is in Rajasthan. Come on, let's not go for oversimplification. If we go layer by layer, what we see, the decisions, especially the socio-economic decisions, definitely having over the period of time. It is not 1 year decision. Like when the Green Revolution was achieved and the wheat production reached to a plateau, we thought to deal with Punjab and Haryana agricultural region crisis, and we introduced basmati rice or high yielding variety, which could be, but it has contributed in the national wealth of the country. But how to deal with? That's the question. So we need to understand and then deal with. So it's a kind of a complex web. Health determinant is always a web. I would not go into that. Those of you who are interested, I can share some of the book which are otherwise available in the market. I think Dr. Anu or somebody has just said that which has come. So definitely it's available for people to read, and definitely I would suggest those of you who are interested can read. Definitely even either the disease or the health. So I'm putting both. So the occurrence of disease as well as the treatment. It's not 1-to-1 factor or 3 or 4, 5 or factor, but each of these factors further will have its own backward and forward linkages in terms of outcome that we have seen. Let's come to the realities that we have on the basis of the background which I'm discussing. So we have separate bifurcated, I would say, that branch of knowledge. One definitely on disease ecology. So where we try to understand in terms of, and the second is a health service research. So when we talk about the inequality in health service researches, we forget to deal with the multimorbidity model or the epidemiological transition that India is going through. I was just discussing a paper which is still half written, and we were trying to understand the multimorbidity model for the women in the urban area. That what are the kind of alternative diseases that they are suffering over a period of time. If we compare last 4 round of NFHS data, that's the only data which is available, which could be relied upon. Definitely, last at some time I haven't come to data, that why we do not collect data. And if we do not collect data, what is the loss? That means everybody can talk everything without any basis. But if there is a data, then whatever is a problem in data collection, even that can be pointed out, and there would be possibility of course correction. So it's important to have data on both the aspects. Our census still remains in a colonial mode. We do not even look for the data collection on health and say outcome. Even I know that it will be only 10-year interval data that census can bring up, but still we will know in terms of long term, we will know in terms of shift in disease prevalence in particular region or a particular population, whether it is an indigenous community or elderly. So we have that gap. There is another dualism: biological basis of explanation and ecological basis of explanation, like the disease. One way, and we have seen again during line of argument was whether China spread it or whether US spread it, whether it spread from the lab. And another one was why, after knowing in 2019, the world continue its greed in terms of trade, because no country still obstructed the mobility from China until it became a pandemic and every country got infected. Then they stopped the air travel. From December until April, everybody traveled everywhere. And we know that for sure that there was one conference in Singapore where there were Chinese participant and European participant, and the one European participant traveled to France. From France, he went to European Alps. Then he visited the 3 more countries in Europe, reached London. All these countries became, that's how the disease network spread. So what I'm basically trying to understand, that these economic modeling or the political and economic decisions are core of health and disease. Another binary I would, I'm talking because I'm sure there are a lot of researchers who might choose one or the other, say, theoretical approach to deal with the issue of health and disease in their own area is a methodological individualism vis-a-vis methodological holism. So one that we consider health as the what we call a specialized medical practitioners need, like a molecular identity. So if we have a trouble in our ear, we go to the ENT, then to the eye specialist, then to the dentist, then to the throat specialist, and we continue until we reach to our toe. So all that specialization, so that's a molar entity. Another one is going for a considering human as one entity and then looking it at. It's a difficult choice to make, and I'm not saying there is a possibility of me or you choosing one particular method, but as a scholar, we must understand that if decision A is being propagated, what is the basis of that decision? And if decision B is propagated, what is the basis of that decision? However, the important argument here, all of it is based on generalization. I would say that generalization, one of the key components is inequality, even in generalization. Like when we do for the life expectancy at birth, country level generalization. I told you the Japan and Sierra Leone, I'm not going into the data, but we know that in population, there are socioeconomic categories who will have a lower birth expectancy, life expectancy at birth compared to a different section. So which section we are dealing, how we are segregating. So desegregated understanding, because in any population, everybody is not safe. Even during COVID, we know that the virus has impacted individual differently. Even in the same household, in the same economic category, everybody did not suffer in the similar manner. So that's why I'm saying that when we look at, I take political ecology of disease, I took it up on two counts. One, integrating disease ecology and health service approach. And the second is going away from the culture of generalization. Generalization, which is a structural way of looking at health and disease, has its own limitation while dealing with a particular patient. Because the perception of patient is important. Like somebody might be becoming more stressful, more scared of death compared to others. We can't generalize it that who is more scared and less scared until we accept that generalization has its own limitation, while it's the truth that structure does define whether we will have the system of infrastructure to deal with the health or not. So that's the one thing. Let me bring some of the examples from my own work and been substantiate that how decisions of the state or the political decisions have impacted a spread of disease as well as the treatment method, or sometimes even the treatment method have allowed disease to spread. And I take tuberculosis, which is the key disease that I have dealt with in the book, where I look at the colonial India as well as contemporary India. So colonial India, I say that there are two separate developments that we see. In Britain or in Europe, there was marked reduction in mortality and morbidity due to tuberculosis owing to the nutritional improvement. That nutrition improvement was because Europe had wealth extraction from the colonies. So while colonization has deprived the global south, it improved in global north, especially in terms of nutrition and dealing with these diseases. However, tropical disease reached countries like Britain, and we know in famous cholera outbreak of London in 1854. So if we look at that, the McQueen, the gentleman who actually demystified these so-called tuberculosis treatment and said that tuberculosis was treated before 1944, the first medicine of tuberculosis comes. Britain has controlled tuberculosis, rather all European countries have controlled tuberculosis much before 1944. They controlled somewhere in 1902, 1901. So there is something that we need to understand in terms of the broader spectrum. So in India, if we look at one, that environmental condition changed across because there was large scale industrial urbanization. Because pre-colonial India had urbanization on the basis of fort, temple, churches, mosque, or the site of empire or royalty. Colonial India had cities like Kanpur, Calcutta, Karachi, Bombay. Either they were the commercial center, port center, or industrial center. That also changed because the agriculture was compromised owing to the different decisions of the British Empire, whether you are cultivation. You know that Champaran Satyagraha, where it was against the indigo cultivation. We know that in Eastern India, it was jute cultivation. So it was, I'm not getting into that debate of the shortage of the food grain and going for the commercialization, but that we know already, all of us aware of. But I would consider 3 sets of disease network that impacted spread of tuberculosis in India during that period. One was military. So the officers comes from Britain, often infected with the bacillus. They get interacted with definitely their subordinates, or bovine tuberculosis because they had the practice of consuming raw milk. So then these men in uniform contact with the native soldier, and then native soldier was declared as invalidated. Once that soldier was declared as invalidated, the soldier will go back to village. And the entire Himalaya, especially the Gorkha regiment, which was important, that part of country got infected with tuberculosis. One of the contributing factor was this, which is absolutely a political decision, having corroborated with the ecological outcomes. The second was the treatment process, because what they did during the colonial period, sanatorium were opened up. It was first was opened up in Dharampur, then Bhobali. So you have in Himachal Pradesh. Then it was Patiala, state of Patiala. Then in Uttarakhand near Nainital, Bhobali. We have in Ranchi. We have even in south. We have near Madras. So all of it was open at a site which is isolated in the forest area. So these what happened that these patients were sent to sanatorium. But the sanatorium is not only the patient. There will be people who will be treating them or who will be providing them supplies, right from the food to milk to fruit. All of these who are used to come to give the supplies, over a period of time, they got infected, and there is another kind of a disease network was created in these what otherwise called as a virgin land. And the third was the migration of the rural villager to the urban areas. Whether it is, there is a work in the city of Kanpur, where it was saying that they worked in a crowded workshop, got infected. And I would bring here that infamous metaphor of Bengal ka Kala Jadoo, because it's in the Hindi heartland, it's a Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, current, earlier Bengal. People used to go to Calcutta to work in what is known as Chatkal. And then when they come back, when they become ill, they used to come back home and then vomit the blood and die. Because the color of blood was black, it was said that it's some kind of a magic or some kind of something has happened to the men, because mostly men used to migrate, so men used to die. It has become a Bengal ka Kala Jadoo, which later gone another kind of a metaphor. So I'm not going into that. But one of the explanation that one will see that people dying of tuberculosis while returning to the rural area, and that has made people even in the villages infected with tuberculosis. This is one of the explanations that we see. If we look at this, some of the historical archaeological documents, which again, I'm not sure how much time I'm having, but otherwise you can read in the book and see the details that I have dealt with. So I will leave it and then come to the current scenario that what India has had. But one thing I would like to read from a 1918 document on the building bylaws by S.C. Malik, who writes that, I quote, "We are an Oriental people, and the man in the street understand the personality and the hukum of Lat Sahib for better than promulgation of the best meant bylaws of corporation." What basically is saying that if the municipal corporation make the law that there should be street, you must not speed, it will not have any implication unless it is implemented. And in a way, if you look at that, one can say it is cynical, but the fact is that law is that you have to get implemented. And definitely one might find it offensive that Delhi charges 2,000 for not wearing mask in public. But still you will find people not wearing mask in public. In fact, in the second wave, thousands of people died without even any care. But still people choose, they believe that we are fine until it comes to the individual, we believe that we are safe. So that's something which is old story. One can say it's a colonial mindset, because we still think our state, our government as a Lord Sahib or as a representative of our Lord Sahib, and only by force they can make, say, Indian follow the law. State also behave like that, citizen also behave like that. I'm not getting into that, if it is true or not true. But when I'm saying that we do see some of these element or the traces of coloniality even continuing today. If we look at the current, how I have dealt, I will not deal with the data. I will just show you some of the maps where ecology and politics can be combined. So it is a state-wide tuberculosis prevalence. But then what I did, that I created on the basis of ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, they have the ecological regions. So I created ecological regions. NFHS has also used, so there was a possibility to combine the Spatian and non-Spatian data. And across ecological region, then we have done this mapping of disease of 1980, 98, 99, and also 2015, 16. So the recent latest data that we have. And we can compare that how different ecological region have. I have further broken down these into these many. So within a state, there are smaller ecological regions. So we can compare if in the same political system, why a particular unit is behaving in a particular way, or vice versa. In the larger ecological region, if 3 states are falling, if they are behaving differently, or if they have the similar trend. So one can see the impact of ecology and politics, or politics on ecology, vice versa, simultaneously. As a part of a case, you can choose, and then further studies can be done. So these are some of the things that have. Explanatory variables, one can go for what you call the kind of analysis that can be done based on whatever little data that is available. In terms of program, like the DOTS and these revised National Tuberculosis Control Program, and see that if it has an impact on improvement. But I'm not going to discuss the result of regression. It's one thing that I will definitely want to like is the data manipulation in India. And here it's interesting that Delhi has definitely a functioning healthcare infrastructure. But if we look at when I was working, it was so interesting that Delhi compliance rate with the DOT or the recovery rate is lower than the state of Bihar. I got surprised that what is happening? How could this possible? But what they were doing, that in Bihar, the data is absolutely, they were doing, they will not enter every entity who has joined the DOT system. So they will only enter those who has completed it. So it was 100% compliance rate. While on Delhi, there was a regular checks, like it may be researcher or people reach, and there is a possibility of sometime getting audited. The data is, so one can see that why such data manipulations are still possible, how we can deal with it. And definitely I have dealt with the antibiotic revolution, so I will leave it. Treatment seeking behavior is another important aspect of the healthcare system. It's not only that we have the hospitals or the centers or the medicines available. It's also important if people choose to utilize it. And that case, what we observed while working in Delhi, that majority of the people who approach the government DOT center were from the lower quintile of people. So one can safely say poor people. And one of the reasons the rich did not want to go to these government centers and get identified or associated with the poor people. So the kind of Bavarian exclusion that elites consider themselves not enough worthy to be sitting with in the same queue as poor. So we have created our health system absolutely sacrosanct. So we have a 5-star healthcare facilities, and then we have commoner healthcare facility. And then we also expect that the country will have lesser inequality. But definitely the responsibility is on every one of us who at least understand it to say it out loud that, okay, why it is so that, and it doesn't mean that if rich are not going, they are not getting infected with tuberculosis. They do get infected with tuberculosis, but they remain outside the system in terms of statistics, because they go to the private healthcare system and then get treated there. And so that's one of the things that I would say. Coming further, that one of the things I would say is a perception of the patient, which we try to understand. So general level of satisfaction with the dot provider and the medicine. One of the key important argument by everybody was that, sir, can we have lighter medicine? That was means less toxic medicine. So, and we know that tuberculosis medicine impact liver, but we did have the doctors also now knowing, so they usually give some kind of an additional medicine to deal with those issues of digestion and other things. But these are the basically medically dense issue. I've come to that how we perceive self and how we perceive other. So we try to understand if there is a change in the perception about self owing to the illness, if there is a change in perception about the society, loss of personal control, threat to self-esteem, especially in case of women, it was very, very important. Loss of personal control and threat to self-esteem. Because even in the cities like Delhi, the women were treated differently than the men. In one of the papers that I wrote on feminization of disease, I have argued on the basis of the responses from the field. Because when I was doing the field work, especially the unmarried young girls, their parents will say, sir, don't come to mere ghar mat aaiye. So I said, why? What's the problem? They said, no, wo mohalle mein pata chal jayega. So then, sir, uski shaadi mein problem hogi. Okay. So then I understood, okay, ho sakta hai. So this was a long time, because patients you will find 1 or 2 on a day. So maybe 6 months I continued. So I've asked a few of these guys, boys of the same age group. And I asked, bhai, do you think there will be a problem in the marriage? So he said, why will be a problem? There is no problem in marriage. It's fine, it's treatable. I said, do you have the same feeling about your sister getting infected? Will there be a problem in your marriage of your sister if she gets infected? For sure, these boys, innocent boys, they also got shocked that, oh, that is true. Because what happened that we practice, but we don't realize it, that we are discriminating. The society is discriminating. We are discriminating within the family, outside family, and then live in denial that women have equal right. There is no discrimination against women. It's a clear ostracization, and I would say there is a difference in treatment if unmarried boys and unmarried girls are infected with tuberculosis over a period of time. That's what the field work told me. I would stop it here, and it's not I'm advertising my book. I only have given this page so that those of you who have interest can find it. Or most of the argument that I have given in the second part of my talk, especially in the tuberculosis, both colonial and post-colonial, have been discussed in the book that it is there. So thank you all. I would be interested to have questions or any comments or discussions, whatever is.
Thank you, sir. I have been thoroughly enjoying your lecture, and it was very informative. And you have cited various examples, recent COVID example, and the past diseases. So I welcome questions for Professor Chaudhary. So if there is any question, you can raise your hand or you can post in your in our chat box. Yes, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself first. Sir, please unmute. Could you please unmute yourself? Yeah.
Yeah. Now it is audible?
Yes,
Yeah, Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor Chaudhary, for a nice presentation. I think ecology of disease is a very important area of research especially in the case of medical geography. And that has been a highly neglected branch in the total hemisphere of geography. Very few people are still working on medical geography. What to talk about health geography. And now I'm coming to your some observations I would like to make, especially in case of malaria. You have talked about that Odisha, from Odisha, the malaria shifted to Rajasthan. But if you look into to my understanding, I may be wrong also, to my understanding, it was the rice cultivation which has resulted in waterlogging in that area. And that must have increased the breeding ground of the mosquitoes. Now the same system was working there when I was working in Nilgiri, especially in the Venad area, which is a very damp area in that ecologically speaking. But when all the marshy lands were drained up for tea plantation. Now, if you look at the tea plantation, the slopes are for tea plantation, whereas the lower part of the hills, where you have the waterlogging areas more, there you have drained it and made it cardamom cultivation. So that was one of the reasons why the frequency of malaria among the Paniyas, Mulukurummas, Katunaikans decreased in that area. Anthropological Survey of India has a study on it. But at the same time, there was a rise in the sickle cell problem in these tribes. Still, we are not in a position to identify what is the reason behind the increase of sickle cell in these areas. So these are my two important observations. One was about the malaria, and about the second was of your Kala Jar. And I think if you look into some of your ethnographic reports of this Eastern India, especially Bengal and Assam, there was a very, what you can say, uncultured observation by the people of this area, that once you are going to that area, the Kala magic will impress upon you. And I'm really, my missus is not here. When I married a Bengali girl, my whole family was dead against, and my mother was telling that you will become a sheep there. Why you are marrying a Bengali girl? This is the impact. This is a cultural observation only, and I had frequented with these problems. But anyhow, I think, can you tell me what is your basic discipline? Is geography?
Yeah. Basically, I'm a geographer.
Oh, very nice. So it is, again,
especially
congratulations to you that very few geographers are in this area of research. And when I was trying to convince Professor Devendra Kumar Nag to give us the inaugural address, the only one thing was working in my mind, that Dr. Sumit Mukherjee has worked on the ecology of disease of Northeast. So I think you might be knowing him. Huh?
Yes,
with this,
I know his work.
thank you once again.
I know the work.
And I look forward from the platform of Foundation of Practicing Geographer for more interaction with you in near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Singh, that to respond to your...
I'm not a professor, I'm Dr. Singh.
It's okay, sir. I know that you have been in, just checked in ASI for long. And actually, I know Umesh ji, he has been a good old friend. And
Umesh is there. Umesh is my colleague.
Yeah. That I'm sure that I know.
Yes.
So what I'm basically saying, you have actually added another example, which I was saying in terms of the rising cases of malaria in Rajasthan and Haryana, also in Punjab, because of the paddy cultivation. Yes. So Nilgiri, the example that you brought definitely is a example of the shift in ecology. What is the basic argument I am making? That disease is not only the outcome of that, what we call the female anopheles mosquito. Yes. It's also the outcome of the process of change in the agricultural practices and the ecological transformation. Yes. Where political and economic decisions are paramount.
Yes.
So the argument what I'm basically making, that when we understand the disease, we must understand the process which is there, which has resulted in a particular ecology as we see it today. So we cannot stop it only in terms of agent, host, and the kind of the ecology triad. Rather, we must look in terms of the process which has allowed a certain kind of a change in the existing, say, agricultural practices or industrial practices or land transformation or fashion transformation in that particular region. So thank you actually for bringing the example from Nilgiri, because it's definitely the same argument you have brought it another example. So I would basically say that thank you to bring that argument. And the second point about the Kala Jar. See, Kala Jar, actually I'm not working, I haven't worked on Kala Jar, but the episode of Kala Jar is prevalent in a few districts of Bihar, and I'm sure you know it. But I'm saying that culturally how it got constructed, and that's the one of the reason that when, say, tuberculosis also has the initial symptom is fever and the weight loss. So the idea was what they call, that's again, it's a little, I would say, the gendered construction of the cultural connotation. So please don't think that I'm subscribing to that idea. But the idea was that when the men goes to work in Calcutta, Dhaka, or the erstwhile Bengal, in the urban Bengal, they get attracted to women and then they lose their strength over there. And when they come back home, they become weak, and that's why they die. So some kind of the old, again, the gendered construction of the witchcraft. So that's all the energy is consumed, and the person comes back home and die. And before dying, they used to vomit the blood because that's what the last stage of tuberculosis.
Yes.
And because it used to be black, it started with black magic. But we know that these cultural stereotyping is not ever one way. So the second kind of the argument, the counter argument became, because of Kala Jar also people used to die. Once they have Kala Jar, there were no medicine available, so people used to die. And that was not malaria, because malaria, Robert Koch has already worked, so it was isolated. But Kala Jar was not getting treated with the malaria medicine, that Risocin or the Kunan. So people were dying. So they thought that's a black fever. And that got a dual kind of a stereotyping in, say, Bihar about the urban Bengal, and in Bengal about the Bihar, because they definitely counter that they comes with the fever and then they die. So definitely this is another important aspect, and a Dressler's work I remember when he talks about the cultural construction of disease. Actually, one of the part of my book, one part of my book deals about the cultural construction of disease.
Good.
That how we construct disease in a particular culture, and that also need to be understood. Like even look at the COVID. Initially, people started going into that cow dung and a pit and then remain in gobar, and they thought they will be cured. But once they started dying, all of it just vanished. And everybody was queuing outside the hospital or the oxygen, or no, it's not about the particular political say thinking. It's about the unknown territory in which people travel. And then a dominant, and definitely if the state doesn't counter such I would call it a falsehood, it gets emboldened. But it's a process through which every culture has passed. So we start with certain kind of figment of imagination, brand individuals, and then realize how fool we were. But by the time we realize how fool we were, it's we become gray haired like you, and then we realize that, oh, nahi, ye to garbar ho gaya. So that's the only reply that I would say.
Sir, time is running out.
But I think Dr. Rai wants to say something.
Sir, I will just have a very small question, sir. First of all, I would like to answer your queries, like from where I got your connection. So, sir, it was very easy because, like, in the series of Global Perspectives on Geography, where you have published a book on disease ecology, on tuberculosis, in the same series, sir, I have also written a book like on medical tourism in India. So, from that database, I got to know that you work on disease ecology, because I would agree with Dr. Arun Singh, sir. We have very small group of scholars who are working on the disease ecology. And with this small group of scholars, again, the 99% of works are concentrated on the only communicable disease ecology. there are, I think, I just failed to found out any scholar, means any eminent person to whom I can contact who is working on the disease ecology of the non-communicable disease as well. So, sir, in this sector, I would can you just answer me this problem? Like, why there are so many little stories or little works are going on the disease ecology side of the non-communicable disease? Because we are in the era of transition. So we have to look into that matter as well. So why we are focusing on so much on this communicable disease, or the classical model of disease?
See, there is no answer, a specific answer to the question that you are saying. See, definitely, like South Asia is dealing with dual burden of disease. And if you actually look at, it might seem that more people are working only on the ecology. And one of the reason is the hesitancy to question the state. That's the one of the reason that people do not want to work on the non-communicable disease. Because when you work on the non-communicable disease, you have to question the regime of production. We have to question the regime of consumption. That why we every time is bothered about rising stock market, because that's a sign of our affluence. But the diseases which are connected to affluence, who we question? So either we question the individual or we question, quote unquote, the lifestyle. But that lifestyle doesn't come from vacuum. It comes from the same socio-political system in which we all live. Like keeping 2 cars at home is a status symbol. So if keeping 4 cars at your home is a status symbol, and then you tell people that you travel by metro or you travel by bicycle, it might look good in a seminar and kind of a prophecy, but until we question the economic regime, you will always find less number of people to work on the non-communicable diseases, especially from a critical perspective. Yes. So what we do have a lot of work on diabetes, on cardiovascular diseases, connecting it with lifestyle choices like smoking, drinking, these kind of work we do have. But questioning the larger structure in which such diseases are basically connecting it broadly. We do have outside India, there are work like David Bland, Novados, they have work on that. Even Marmot's work on social determinants of health. We do have a lot of work. But somehow in India, the two problems, one, that absence of reliable data, and two, our hesitancy to question the state, because definitely there are certain people don't want to go to that far. So I think these are the two major reasons I can see that why less number of people are working. I always thought that non-communicable diseases are overworked.
Sir,
so I worked on the communicable disease, to be honest. But for me, they are overworked.
Sir, is it not the non-communicable diseases are less has gained less academic attention because of awareness as well? Like people may not aware about this thing. Because once I try to understand the diseases happening because of
no, Dr. Kasturi,
heat and all. So when I started survey, I have people are still.
Set your microphone
Sorry,
nicely.
is there any issue with my
voice is not coming.
Okay.
But I get the question.
Okay, no, actually.
Yeah, if I can respond quickly to your question, Dr. Mukherjee. See, the issue is, if we look at the publication in India, which is coming, especially if you look at the journals which are dedicated to health and demography, and if you look at the people, especially IIPS Bombay, and the data that we get from this DLHS and NFHS, major work is on either on RCH, so reproductive and child health, or reproductive and maternity health.
Correct.
So they are definitely a non-communicable diseases. And then if you say in terms of diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, stroke, or mental disease is definitely a kind of a taboo that none of us want to acknowledge, none of us want to talk, none of us want to concede that India is actually sitting on a live volcano, especially our educational institution. We are in denial for too long. I do not want to be sounding really negative, but the fact is we are sitting on a volcano. When it will blast, we do not know in terms of the medical health issue. However, that not working on this is not about the because of the awareness. It is, I would say that there are sufficient number of work on it. Yes, geographers have not worked. Geographers in any case have not worked on health at all. So I mean, I would not get into that. It's because of the awareness. Somewhere, many people, even when I was doing my PhD way back, they said, where is geography in it? I said, this is the only geography. What is geography in it? If this is not geography, then what is geography? But everybody may not have that much of audacity to say that, come on, don't tell me that where is geography. So that's also is one way that people will take some time.
Hi, sir. So this is Anuradha. I hope you remember. So this is your, I was your first
Anuradha,
batch
good to
in.
see you.
Yes, sir.
Where are you
Sir,
doing? What are you doing these days?
Sir, I'm teaching in a college as in the Department of Geography only. Sir,
Okay,
I've joined
good.
as assistant professor. Sir, it's in Calcutta.
Mubarak ho, Mubarak ho.
Thank you, sir. Sir,
Which
sir,
college? Which college?
Kolkata chale gaye.
Which college,
Sir,
Anuradha?
Sir, Vivekananda College for Women. It is in Behala Chaurasta.
Yes, 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 yes. Now I remembered you.
Okay, sir. Sir, I don't have any question for you, but it is good to see you after a very long time.
I'm happy to see my old students being
I'm the
colleagues
first
now
batch.
and teaching all across the country. So thank you to introduce yourself. Thank you, Anuradha.
Yes, sir. Good to see you. Yes, sir. I agree about the data thing you are talking about. So everybody is talking about why health studies are not conducted. But I see, even I agree with that. Data is an issue. We still do not have beyond NFHs and DLHs. We do not have much. So it is always we have to do some kind of primary survey. So that is again a limitation for many of us. So maybe for that reason we can say why not much, but yes, they are doing a lot of work in health. So that's all I have to say. Okay, so
Thank you, Anuradha.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, may I
for a
interact a bit myself?
Yes,
Sumit
yes, sir. Yes, sir,
Yeah.
definitely.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. Actually, it was engrossing. I was listening to you because I have done something, a little bit of disease ecology in Northeast condition. And my PhD was on
I know your writing,
Meghalaya.
sir. Thank you.
So we are from the same clan group, rather. Nice to see another geographer doing this detailed walks. And yeah, I knew your name. I never met you. And that, yeah, you pointed out very salient questions, salient points, which are very much applicable in my research also. But because I did most of my walks in tribal situations in Northeast India, though, okay, the parameters and indicators are a bit different. But in terms of malaria, I have walked in real malaria endemic area, Meghalaya, as you know. Whole Northeast India is almost endemic. And there are certain belief systems also playing a good role in that area. One thing is that they don't fear malaria. The cultural dimension, if you say, these Garo people who are getting malaria regularly, say 3 or 4 times in a year. But that was really astonishing to me when I was doing the field work among them. And ultimately, I found some papers and some study from Andhra Pradesh suburb India itself that they had this sickle cell formation. And also that area is known for hemoglobin E prevalence, which actually reduces the mortality rate. That is the tricky thing. But primarily what you get from the people directly, the reaction, oh sir, malaria to hota rehta hai, no problem. But they are actually suffering from PF, If I get the PF, later on after doing research there, I had malaria for brief, though it was not that severe. but they regularly get PF. The findings, the lab findings are mostly PF, more than say 60% PF. But still, the fatality rate is very, very low or almost nil in some areas. So this is the kind of thing. So their approach towards malaria is different. If I say, okay, you don't use this kind of agriculture, you cannot say that you don't go for wet cultivation. But when they actually transfer from Zoom cultivation to wet cultivation, it can increase like anything. So but that is embedded in their culture. What to do? Government is encouraging wet paddy cultivation and leaving Zoom cultivation. So that is another political dimension there. They said, okay, we are not used to wet cultivation. We are traditionally used to Zoom cultivation, dry cultivation. Anyhow, nice meeting you, and I'll be presenting my brief paper tomorrow. I was in Anthropological Survey of India. I'm Umeshji's colleague. So, okay, see you.
What a geographer. What a geographer.
Yeah, a geographer.
That's good to know that there are a lot many geographers in ASI. It's a मुझे लगा उमेश जी अकेले हैं.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can we proceed with our technical sessions?
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful time, for sharing your knowledge and making it an enriching experience for all of us. And now I would like to make two announcements here, small announcement, that evaluating forms have been individually sent to all the jury members, and each paper would be evaluated by all of you. Also, a reminder to the presenters that after every 5 minutes, there would be a warning tone, as maximum of 6 minutes have been allotted to them to present their work and talk about their work. Can we now proceed with the
Let us begin with our first technical session presenter, Mohammad Aqib. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Mohammad Aqib of Aligarh Muslim University, Uttar Pradesh. He will present his paper on a very interesting topic, spatial distribution of health facilities and infrastructure in urban areas of Hooghly district, West Bengal. Over
to you, Mohammad Aqib. Are you here?
First, make a roll call. Hello. First, make a roll call. That will be important. You will be knowing who is going to present the paper.
Please, Joita, please say all the names first. Then you can understand that who are there. Okay.
Okay. Please mark your presence for this session. Mohammad Aqib, Nasreen, Rohel Sheikh.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Apritoli Shohe. Apritoli Shohe.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But my network is not too good.
Okay. Dr. Priyadarshini Sen.
She has sent a video. She has sent her video.
Okay.
Meenakshi Yadav also has sent a video.
Dr. Shuman, sir. And Meenakshi Yadav.
Yes,
she has also
sent.
Yes, okay. So we have not got any response from Mohammad Aqib as of yet.
So we can start with the Rohel Sheikh's presentation. In total, we have 4 presentations in this session. Rohel Sheikh, Apritoli Shohe, Priyadarshini Sen, and Meenakshi Yadav. So we can proceed with that.
Okay.
So now I would like to call our next presentation of role of Indo-Bangladesh border on utilization of maternal and child healthcare services in West Bengal, which will be presented by Mr. Rohel Sheikh of Aligarh University, West Bengal. Over to you, Rohel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, can I want my video?
Yes,
yes,
on your
please
video
go on,
and,
And I'm
share your
visible
screen.
and audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And I share my screen. Okay. Sir, this is visible? My screen is visible,
Yes,
sir?
visible.
Yes.
You start. You start.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. My name is Rohel Sheikh. I'm from Ali University, Kolkata, Department of Geography. Thank you very much. And I actually give to thanks Adams University to giving me the giving me the opportunity to present my paper. So today in this seminar, my topic name is role of Indo-Bangladesh border on maternal and child healthcare service in West Bengal. So this is the introduction of my topic, and very limited time. That's why I directly going to my objectives. Before going to my objectives, can I share the health is very precious for every society and every human beings in the world, as well as our country and state. So and health well-being is the outcome of better healthcare services. So this is objectives of my study, to examine the role of Indo-Bangladesh border on utilization of maternal and child healthcare service of border adjacent district and border district of West Bengal. And this is the question, research question: is there any difference between Indo-Bangladesh border adjacent district and distantly district regarding the better utilization of healthcare services? This is the location map of my study area. This is the components and indicators which I have taken for my study, and this is the data source and database district level for my study. I have choose the district level household survey and NSSO and the population census of India 2011. And this is the procedure and way of measurement or calculating the healthcare utilization, like maternal healthcare utilization index and child healthcare utilization index. Here 0 is the lowest value and 1 is the higher value. And this is the findings of my study. First of all, the antenatal care. So antenatal care is the most important indicators for maternal healthcare services. Antenatal care, we all of know that antenatal care is the care before the delivery and during the pregnancy. So in this figure, you can see that most of the district from the border adjacent district are in the zone of surviving and intermediate zone. Here the low quantity for low value for the surviving and intermediate state, and this is only 2 district here in this border adjacent district. Only 2 districts. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Just sorry for interruption. Like your slides are not changing. Can you just put it on slideshow mode and you just change your slides? We can see the first slide, first slide on the measurement of healthcare utilization index.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. You have changed?
No, not yet.
Why, sir?
I think you are having some issues with your machine. Just.
You may restart. Yeah, now it's changing. Now it's changing.
Yes. Now it's changing. Change it manually. Now it's changing. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So this is antenatal care, and in this figure you can see that only 2 districts from the border adjacent district, Coach Bihar and Dokhin Dinajpur, is in the zone of accumulating zone, and rest of the district are in the zone of intermediate and surviving zone. But the most of the district from border distant district, Purulia, Bankura, Hugli, and Purvo Mendipur are in the zone of accumulating and some district, only 2 or 3 districts are in the surviving stage, but rest of the district are in the intermediate and accumulating zone. That's why maximum border adjacent, and that's why you can say that border adjacent district is are in the vulnerable condition, and border distant district are in the better condition. Now and now we can see that delivery care is also the most important indicator for the maternal healthcare services. Delivery care is refers to the place of birth and safe delivery by skilled birth attendants. In this figure, you can see that only one district from the border adjacent district, that is Nadia, are in the accumulating stage, but left of the district from the border adjacent district of West Bengal are in the situation of surviving and intermediate zone. But border distant district, you can see that Bankura, Paschim Mednipur, Purbo Mednipur, Hooghly are in, and Darjeeling are in the accumulating stage, and only one district, Bardhaman, is in surviving stage. So for the delivery care, we can also conclude that border adjacent district are in the condition of vulnerable and condition is less better than the border distant district. And this is the postnatal care. Postnatal care is also an important indicator for the maternal healthcare service. In this figure, you can see that only one district from the border adjacent district like Malda are accumulating stage, and only 2 districts from the border distant district, Darjeeling and Bankura, in the accumulating stage. So here there is less difference between the border adjacent district and border distant district. Now we can now we go from the combined score. Combined maternal health score, index score. Here in this figure and table and figure, you can see that most of the districts are in the situation of surviving and intermediate stage. Only 2 districts from the border adjacent district are Malda and Dakhin Dinajpur are in the situation of accumulating stage. But most of the district, we can see most of the district from the border distant district, Purulia, Bankura, Paschim Mednipur, Darjeeling are in the situation of stage of the accumulating, but only one district from the Bardhaman are in the zone of surviving. So for the maternal healthcare services, border adjacent district is not good, but border distant district are the situation of good. Now we come to the child healthcare utilization. Child immunization, here we consider the child immunization is another most important indicators for child healthcare service. In this figure, you can see that only 3 districts, about the 9 districts are in the zone of accumulating, but left of the district are in the zone of accumulating and surviving stage. But border distant district, most of the district are in the accumulating stage and accumulating stage and the stage of the intermediate. So in case of child immunization, border distant district are not good than the border distant district. and health and vitamin A supplementation. In the vitamin A supplementation, the border distant district is also not good, but border distant district are good. Now we come to the child healthcare utilization index. From this figure, you can say that the most of the district from the border distant district are in the situation of good, but than the border adjacent district. Now come to the conclusion. The conclusion we can conclude now. We can conclude that the border Indo-Bangladesh border play the negative role for border adjacent district of West Bengal, but it is good for accessibility of the border distant district. And also you can say that for child immunization and vitamin A supplementation, the border distant district are very much for the utilization of healthcare service, but border adjacent district is not in the good situation, they are vulnerable. So our composite score of child healthcare immunization and maternal healthcare immunization, maternal healthcare utilization index indicate that the Indo-Bangladesh international border adjacent location is playing a negative role of utilization of healthcare service by women and children. At last, our government, policymaker, and NGO and other stakeholders have to pay a special focus on Indo-Bangladesh border area. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, can we have the next presentation, please? Over to Somudro or Joita, anyone, please.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Apritoli Shohe from Northeastern Hill University, Meghalaya, to present her paper on environmental influences in maternal healthcare services, the experience of Sumi Naga women in rural Nagaland. Okay. Over to you, Apritoli.
Please stop your screen sharing.
Hello.
Rohel, please stop the screen sharing.
Audible, sir?
Yes, you are
yes,
audible.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm facing lots of network problem out here.
Rohel, please put down your slides first. Then otherwise.
Actually, it's not my slide, sir. That's
no.
my...
I'm talking to the previous presenter.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, now you can share your presentation.
Okay, first of all, I thank God for this wonderful day. And also I would like to thank all the organizing committee for conducting such a timely conference where we could share our works and thoughts. I'm Apritoli Shohe from Northeastern Hill University. I'm in my third year of research in the Department of Sociology. And so today I apologize, I could not, I wouldn't be able to share all the findings and conclusions because like I've said, I've just started with my fieldwork last month. And also, that's why I could not share, the final conclusion, but whatever I have done through these 2 months, I'll be sharing that. And also, I would like to apologize, like I was sharing to Dr. Anu, I'm facing lots of problems. Unfortunately, there was a power cut down yesterday because of heavy rainfall and wind. And since I'm in my field area, network is too disrupted and I cannot share my slides. My network doesn't support in my laptop. So is it okay if I just do my oral presentation?
Yes, I think
yes, it's okay, but try to complete it within six minutes.
Oh, okay,
please.
okay, sir. I'll try to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm doing my paper is on. I'm doing on the topic maternal health status in rural Nagaland, a sociological study of Zunheboto district. So if any one of you might be wondering where is this Zunheboto district, it is located in Nagaland. Nagaland has 16 districts, and so it is in Zunheboto district. My area of study is in Zunheboto district.
She is not visible.
Hello, sir.
She is not visible.
No. Sir, she is not going to present anything. She is just giving an oral presentation.
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry because my network doesn't support this. My laptop.
Okay, you please continue. No
okay,
issues.
So
you just please continue.
Okay, thank you so much. It's just 11 hours. So before I start with my presentation, I would like to start with a famous quote by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. In order to awaken the people, it is the women who have to be awakened. Once she's on the move, the family moves, the village moves, and the nation moves. I would like to start with some few definitions, and I'll come back to my works. The joy of living is based on the sound health that embraces all the body, the mind, as well as the health. Health is the only keynote to success in life. As a popular inspirational quotation by Samuel Johnson says, to preserve health is a moral and religious duty, for health is the basis of all social virtues. We can no longer be useful when not well. Health may not be everything, but everything without health is nothing. Thus, World Health Organization Constitution proclaims the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being. It means the attainment of the highest possible level of health by all. Maternal health is a key indicator of women's health and status. The slogan, Healthy Women, Healthy World, embodies the fact that as custodian of family health, women play a unique role in maintaining the health and well-being of the communities. Hence, the issue of women's health in general and reproductive health in particular came into prominence with the International Conference on Population and Development Health at Cairo, Egypt in September 1994, and at the Fourth World Conference on Women at Beijing in 1995. So it was in these two world conferences when it was accepted that women's health and reproductive rights are important means of women empowerment and quality of life. According to the World Health Organization, maternal health refers to the health of women during pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period. Throughout human history, pregnancy and childbirth have caused death and disability in both women and neonates. Pregnancy and childbirth are of course not diseases, but they carry risk because of the varying and immediate complication, practices, processes, beliefs, life conditions, and the immediate environment. Globally, every year, over 500,000 people die of pregnancy-related causes, and 99% of these occur in developing countries. So I'll come with the background of my studies. The Suminaga is one of the major tribes inhabiting the central and southern regions of Nagaland, mainly concentrated in the district of Sunaboto. The language spoken by the community is known as Sumi, which belongs to one of the subgroups of the Tibeto-Burmese family. Among the northeastern states of India, the state of Nagaland has been ranked as the poorest maternal and child health care. The National Family Health Survey highlights the dismissal state of maternal and child health care. It had the lowest proportion of pregnant women who have received antenatal care in the first semester of pregnancy. In fact, on this indicator, even Bihar, 35%, exceeds Nagaland by 10 percentage points. A ranking of the northeastern states on key maternal and child health and healthcare indicator often places Nagaland at the bottom of the list. Nagaland is ranked the lowest among all the northeastern states in case of institutional delivery and full immunization coverage. National Family Health Survey shows that Nagaland has the lowest level of child immunization in the country. Giving such poor indicators, the Niti Aayog's Health States Progressive India reports on the rank of states and union territories identifies Nagaland with worst overall performance as well as the poorest incremental performance. Healthcare utilization in Nagaland is marked with substantial neglect, particularly of the rural parts. The consequent state of health infrastructure further victimizes the patient and their families, who more often are helpless and have to undergo various hardships to seek quality healthcare. The complications which most of the women experience during deliveries range from stillbirths or prolonged labor, obstructed labor, excessive bleeding, premature labor, and convulsions of high blood pressure. Access to health facilities is a basic right of every human being in a welfare state, and the government takes upon itself the responsibility of making healthcare services available to the people. In Nagaland, the state agencies continue to be the major players in healthcare services providers that have been established in the urban areas. The healthcare needs of men and women are biologically determined due to differences, particularly in reproductive health needs. With regard to reproductive health, women face greater risk to life due to their biological disposition as females. Healthcare during the period of pregnancy and delivery of a child, as well as the frequency and spaces in between pregnancy, are critical factors in the measurement of life expectancies of the mother and child. According to Nagaland State Human Development Report, less than 20% of women in Nagaland receive any antenatal care.
Only please sum it up first.
Okay.
Sum it up.
Okay, sir. And so the objectives
of major findings.
Okay. So the objectives are like to. Okay, so first, can I go with objectives? So the
we
objectives
don't have that much of time. So whatever your findings are, you go to that.
Okay. So lower utilization of maternal care, and so there is lower utilization of maternal care. I was really shocked to see even like there is one PHC, but there is not even a single doctor, and nurses are inducted there. And I was told that throughout these years, not even a single nurse or doctor visited the places, and there is only 1 or 2 ashas, but they are not even a trained ashas. They are just a government employment, as we say, the backdoor appointment. And so they go for the deliveries. They don't visit hospitals, or they don't visit the delivery institutions. They just do home deliveries, and that is also one of the major causes where like they're facing anemia or like mortality rate. Mortality rate is very high in these villages. And I was also told that there is the traditional belief system, like for this delivery, it should be between God and you, and not it's like about seeking of the doctor advices or the nurse, but it is God who has given you life and who has given this another life. So it should be according with the traditional practices. And so there is also this because of these beliefs and custom practices that they don't visit hospitals, and they don't even seek the medical advice for prenatal or antenatal care or any care. And also and also they're not even aware of the government implementations and policies that have been implemented so far. And they're not even aware like they can seek this help from the medicals or from the government side as well. And also one of the biggest problems I find is transportation. There is no better connectivity for these rural areas to the village, to the main town where they could face problems. So I was also like I was also very shocked to know that there is not even a single medical shops where they can get access with the emergency aids. And so I was taken aback, and I just asked like, then during emergency, what is the cause? Like how do you even get access? Like if you face this kind of emergency? And I was told that we just go for the medical medicines. I mean like the traditional medicines which we take from pastors or from the local practitioners of medicines. Yeah, so that is also one thing that I have come across. And also decision making. Yeah, and mostly it's a patriarchal society. And since because of this is a patriarchal society, most of the decisions are taken by men folk, and women are not giving the right to speak out. And so they just have to confine themselves within the household, and then their work and their duty is to confine themselves, and all the major decisions are taken by men folk. So they could not even get access because of that. And also food habits. When it comes to food habit, there are certain restrictions, like because of the tradition, they should not be taken meat. They should not be taken chicken or eggs, or which are all like which contains protein. You see, these are all prohibited food for them according to the customs and traditions that are practiced. And so because of that, they face malnutrition. And so when it's a time for delivery, it is also one of the main causes, like this is also one of the main reasons that like they don't have a safe delivery. And also
okay, I think we are running out of time. It is 6 minutes already.
Okay,
I think over time, Joyita.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for your nice deliberation. So Joyita, can we have our next presentation, please?
Yes, sir. Our next paper is on migration and health, a case study on Rohingyas of Bangladesh, a dilemma unfolded. And to present this paper, I would like to invite Dr. Priyadarshini Sen from Mirari Datta Mahavidyapit, West Bengal, and give her presentation.
Okay.
Good afternoon. This is my
Yes, sir.
paper on migration and health. Good afternoon. This is my paper on migration and health, a case study on Rohingyas of Bangladesh, a dilemma unfolded. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals recognized for the first time in the contribution of migration towards a sustainable development. Perhaps in this situation of uncertainty, the one thing we have realized, the most impacted population after pandemic is definitely those migrants, those who move from one place to another in search of house, shelter, food, employment. And often these people are those categorized as stateless asylum seekers who move from one place to another due to political instability, due to non-recognition of their status, and that is indeed calls for better treatment as well. Here we are talking about the crisis of the Rohingyas, one of the major humanitarian issues that has been raised since the year 2017. These are the people who were initially the residents of Myanmar. However, in the Rakhine state, where they are denied their living and therefore they are fleeing, they are moving towards the neighboring countries each and every day for several wrong years, starting 2017, which triggered their movement. A humanitarian crisis that can be said, where as many as 15,000 people are crossing the borders into Bangladesh, which is indeed underdeveloped country as well every day. So it is hard for the neighboring state of Bangladesh to provide settlement, but even though there are certain camps which are being developed, recognized for sheltering those who are being displaced from Myanmar. In fact, what we see is the movement of these people not only towards Bangladesh, but also towards the other countries as far as Malaysia and Indonesia. And the arrival of Rohingyas in Bangladesh peaked in the year of 2017 during the month of August, mostly from Mongdao regions, and the movement were mostly the children population, the child population. What we see from the distribution of total families that there is an excessive movement of people we are talked about. The total families, the total population are quite a higher number, and 9 lakh population has been already being moved. So what are the health facilities being given to them? So that's very important for their survival. And what are the things we have done? What are the things the UN has done? What are the things the Bangladesh government has done? And what is the stake of the Myanmar, as it cannot deny its responsibility for these asylum seekers, the stateless people, because as far as human concerns are there, we definitely have to take care of them as well. This is the displaced families, where we've seen the maximum number of these population has been moved from the serious conditions, people with older population. So definitely there is a requirement of let me see the Rohingyas facilitated in the camps. Mostly the health facilities are provided, though the nutrition facilities are also being provided in the time of the pandemic as well. There are different cases for adolescent girls who are going through the menstrual hygienes and management sessions are being held. Their mental health and psychological supports are being provided, especially after the pandemic, after their displacement. That is a very important aspect of consideration. And also there are many cases of primary healthcare consultations. These are the Rohingyas attended for vaccinations as well, and assisted deliveries, which are quite a few number, but still what we find is that there are certain lacunae, there are certain gaps that has, because we have to provide support to the 9 lakh population, at least 50 to 60% of the population should be taken care of, but only for polio, it's only 20,000 so far. And as far as health centers, health kits are concerned, what we find is IEHK kits has been provided, which is the medical support for 3 months for ORS and different kinds of medicines, which can be provided during the emergencies. So these are the references I have gone through. Since the time is limited, I could not talk about the recent outbreaks that has been taken, especially there has been a fire outbreak that has been taken care of, that has been by the World Health Organization, the UNICEF, for the child, since the child population have migrated well. So many attempts have been made, but there are still gaps that has to be maintained specifically after the pandemic is over, because Bangladesh itself is suffering from the pandemic, post-pandemic era, as well as these asylum seekers. Thank you.
Our next presenter will be Meenakshi Yadav. So she is from Baba Masnath University, Haryana. Will present her paper on urbanization and its impact on environment.
Okay. So Meenakshi, are you going to present now? Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Meenakshi Yadav, a research scholar from Baba Masnath University.
Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible, Meenakshi.
Okay, sir. Sir, can I present my paper without PPT, sir? Because I choose oral presentation, sir.
Okay, I think you don't have the PPT.
Yes, sir. Because I choose oral presentation, sir.
Okay. Then make it very short, within 6 minutes.
Okay.
Just briefly discuss your objective, methodology, and your findings. Okay, make it
Okay.
very short. Okay.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Meenakshi Yadav, a research scholar from Baba Masnath University. Today I am presenting a paper on the topic of urbanizations and its impact on environment.
Meenakshi, you are on mute.
Is a universal process. It is treated as a natural process which emerges in the form of consequence of economic changes that take place in state or country that contributes population growth. In the demographic sense, it is an increase in the proportions of the urban populations to the total population over a period of time. Urbanization is a process that leads to growth of cities due to industrializations and economic development, and that leads to urban specific changes in specializations, labor divisions, and human behavior. The process of urbanizations affect the conditions of the environment by changing the level of polluting emissions as a consequence of the shift in productions and changes in behavior pattern after migrating from rural to urban areas. Developing a methodology to determine and evaluate the dynamic effect of urbanizations and economic development on the environment of a country or region is not only an important theoretical problem but also a crucial practical issue. As per empirical research on the relationship between human and the environment has grown, many researchers have begun to turn their attentions to strategies that balance improvements in the urbanization process and the environment. Overall, most recent studies in the relationship among urbanizations, economic developments, and environmental change have further advanced the field, and quantitative research using econometric models has further confirmed that urbanizations has a definite impact on the environment. Causes of urbanizations. As per research, about 50% of the total world population is residing in urban areas. In the beginning of 21st century, the increasing trends of urban population is due to better employment facilities, medical facilities, better facilities for higher education, facilities for entertainment, sports, and games. Due to these reasons, such an increase in urban population induces a number of environmental problems. Impact of urbanizations on environment in India. The process of urbanizations has reflected a considerable impact on the environment of the country. It has been accepted by the United Nations that it is quite impossible for developing countries to provide in advance the urban planning and design, as it is not possible to project the urban growth accurately due to massive populations growth. The unplanned urbanization and excessive uses of natural resources has made defective influence upon the available resource in the form of pollution of land, water, and airs. Major suggestions and recommendations. Healthy human resource can contribute much to the economic development of nations. So urban development should be planned as sustainable urban development which combines economic, social, and ecological aspects together. The suggestive measures to curb pollution of land, water, and air are explained below. Promote the use of bicycles. Promote the use of...
Meenakshi,
Yes,
I
sir.
think you go for your major conclusion. What you have found?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Public should be aware
Not the
about...
detailed analysis.
Okay, sir. Adverse effect of water pollution and the need of water protection and conservation. In order to reduce noise pollution, the government should concentrate on proper maintenance of road for avoiding traffic congestions. Planting trees and shrubs along roads, hospitals, and other institutions should help to reduce the level of noise to a considerable limits. Although it is impossible to restrict urbanization, it has to be ensure that urbanizations proceed in the right path, causing minimum impact on the environment in order to enhance a sustainable urban development with special attention on environmental protection. The government should adopt protective measures and policies which are applicable to all the citizens. The policies adopted by the government should be aimed to achieve a harmonious progress of urbanization, economic development, and environment. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Thank you, thank you. It's a very nice presentation. Okay, if anybody has any question, so they can post it in the chat box, upon the presented papers.
Sir, like we are already running very
Yes.
out of time. So I would just
Yes.
have just two observations that I would like to share with Rohel. Like Rohel, who has given a very good presentation on the importance of Bangladesh border with the maternal health, right? Rohel, are you here? Rohel? If Rohel is not here, then we don't need to comment anything.
No, Rohel is not here.
Right.
No, Rohel is not
Okay.
here.
Because he missed his border line. He was talking about the border, but the border line was missing. So just a
Okay.
small observation from that side.
Okay.
And I would also request Priyadarshini is saying, you can also put some sources of information from where you have dragged your data, because it
The
was like
migration
missing
data.
from throughout your presentation. We got a lot of information, it was a very good presentation, rather, but we missed the sources of information. And I'll just request Meenakshi Yadav and Apritoli Shohei from the next time, like
Yes,
please
ma'am.
participate with your presentation. Yeah, Rohil, for you, I have just one comment, like please present your map with the border line, because you're talking about the border, and I know you have very good work on the border line. I have seen your papers, I think. So
Yes,
you can update your mapping style, you can update your map style, and then you can work. It's a very good scope of work in that topic. And I'll request Apritoli Shohei and Meenakshi Yadav from the next time, please, like whenever you are participating, please try to present your work. Otherwise, it is becoming very difficult to understand what work you're presenting, what thing you're saying. You cannot connect with your audience with your voice. It is really difficult. We are not a good listener. We can easily remember the things by seeing it, not by listening. Right.
Yes.
So that is my observation. That's all from my side. Over to you, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wright, for giving your valuable suggestions. For me, I think I would like to suggest that Meenakshi, especially, that do something like case study kind of a thing, which will be like more application part will be there rather than going for a generalized discussion. So overall, I would like to say that very interesting papers are there, and the papers are diverse in nature, addressing various very poignant socioeconomic issues. With that note, I want to end this session, and I want to thank and congratulate all the participants on behalf of my co-chairperson, Dr. Mukherjee, also. Now I would like to conclude this session. Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With the end of this session, I'll request the chairpersons to felicitate the keynote speaker with e-token of love and finally end this session.
Okay. Sir, it's a privilege from our side to have you here, and thank you for giving your valuable time and sharing your valuable domain of knowledge with us. So it's a small token of honor from our side, and we will be glad if you kindly accept it.
Actually, just a small message from sir. Sir has Vikramaditya sir has some other meeting, so he just left the meeting. So I'll convey your message to him definitely. Here, be a convener, I would apologize everyone that we are like it's like time to lunch, but I request Professor R. Jagannathan, Dr. Sumit Mukherjee, and our keynote lecturer, Professor Madhumita Dobe. Sir, with your permission, if we can get a 30 minutes leave for our lunch, because you have already joined the session, that's why it's really your permission is very much required. So can I request you to kindly permit us to start the session after 30 minutes?
Well, then the only problem is I have a back-to-back meeting again. So I'll have to reduce my speech. So anyway, but if there is no other way out, we'll have to do it. But I'll have to reduce my portion because
Okay, ma'am, no issue, ma'am. Then I just want to get a 15 minutes break for us. Then we will be joining.
okay, so let's say 2:45. 2:45 would be okay with you?
Okay, ma'am, definitely.
Yeah, because it's yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we will be joining after 20 minutes.
Yeah. We can start 3:45.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Professor Jagannathan. Professor Jagannathan.
Yes, sir. Sir, you are able,
Namaskara.
sir, you are able to hear me?
Namaskara. You are not visible.